Is that just like your opinion? And if not, if it is a fact, how can we fix it?
You turned your mic on after you started talking. I missed the first word or two. Try it again.
I said, is it your opinion or is it a fact? And then if it is a fact, how do we change it? Or how do we train it?
Well, if you're actually interested in that, if you go to the, let me see, what? Oh, I haven't pinned my link. Hold on, I need to pin a link up here because that's
Finally setting.
That's how that's how you retrain. So hold on a second here.
We spell and scourge of God, the vast one, may be thou. Abra cadabra.
They say if you open a box of the Pacific Veggie Pizza, you can hear the Pacific Ocean. Delish. If you're living with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis or active psoriatic arthritis, symptoms can sometimes help.
The invocation of Horus. The invocation of Horus.
All go together. The first link
Strike,
is a
strike the master
podcast,
chord.
basically a lecture.
Draw the flaming
About an hour
sword.
long on what
Crown
are
the
the five
child
stupidities
and
of
conquering
linguists. There are
Lord,
specific
Horus,
words or groups of words
Avenger.
that impose erroneous, unconscious
O thou
assumptions
of the
on
head
our
of the
thought
hawk,
processes.
thee,
So
thou of the head of the hawk,
you can
thou only
begin to
begotten
change
child
that.
of Osiris thy
But
father,
you got to know what
and
they are
Isis
first.
thy mother.
So
He that was
listen to the
slain,
five stupidities and
she
do the
that
little
bore
two
thee in her womb,
little exercises
flying
that
from
follow
the
it.
terror
And
of
then
the
we can
water,
talk.
thee I invoke. Oh,
Well, I'm talking to you right now, and I will click your link. Let me see. 5 stupidities. Oh,
That's the first one, yeah.
it's an Apple.
So a thing for you to do is to just bookmark that page so you can get back to it and see what's there. You don't need to do any of that now. Like I say, just bookmark it.
Oh, there's a web page.
Play the gifting game with the Let Us Entertain You gift card.
And that's just simply not true. That's about as crazy as you can get. And that wisdom machine thing, all you got to do is.
Have you thought about like changing the way that you are presenting the 5 stupidities?
Oh yeah, lots of times. I'm probably not going to go with that title. I'm not sure yet. That's all a marketing issue, really.
whose apron is of flesh,
5 stupidities
white,
works.
whiter than the forehead of the
Although
morning,
it's really not
thee,
the language
thee
that's at
I
fault.
invoke.
There's nothing wrong with any of the
O thou
words.
who hast formulated thy
In
father,
the 5
and
stupidities,
made
the problem
fertile
is
thy
humans
mother,
don't know how to use them,
thee,
and they
thee I
misuse those
invoke.
words. And
O thou
well, they don't
whose
even use
garment
them.
is of
People
golden
don't use
glory,
language.
with the
Language
azure
uses
boughs
people.
of sky, thee I invoke.
Well, at least most of the time.
Thou who didst avenge
Occasionally,
the horror
people do
of death,
actually think consciously.
thou
It's
the
quite
slayer
rare.
of Typhon, thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust, thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of night.
So what have like your favorite sounds been in your life?
My
Thou
favorite
was
what?
abased before thee.
Like your favorite sounds in that you have heard in your life.
Well, music.
Thee
Bach.
I
Let's start with Bach.
invoke.
Bach, Haydn, and
O
Shostakovich.
thou whose nemesis
There's some
hideth
sounds
the
I
universe
love.
with night, the impermeable blue, thee I invoke. Thou who travellest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of Tet boat, and of the
Have you done anything with AI music?
I'm sorry, again, your audio is leaving a lot to be desired. I can't hear the beginnings of what you're saying. Say it again, please.
I'm going to put a link in the chat. This is a link to my Suno account. It
Oh,
is
yeah.
AI music that I created
No, I've been
using.
using Suno too. Yeah, I've been using Suno. I'm familiar with it.
Excellent.
I mean,
Then I
yeah.
want you to follow me so I can follow you, and then we will collaborate and we will create a song to listen to together.
No thanks. I'm not interested in doing that.
But you sound so interested in communication. I don't know why
I
you would
am, but I don't need any.
refuse
I
such
don't.
an incredible opportunity.
Well, because it's something I'm mildly interested in. I've
Text
got
it
other
both.
projects that are
Thee,
taking up my
thee I
attention
invoke.
these days.
Thou who bearest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. To shed the darkness of blue light, the unfathomable glory,
Well, there's no need for you
the
to mute your
untraveled,
mic.
the
You're in a quiet
unthinkable
place. I'd
immensity of
appreciate it if you just leave your mic on.
Oh, I
That
see.
would solve. Yeah.
I thought maybe you'd get feedback.
No. It's much better. I prefer hearing the dog next door barking and stuff like that. Lets me know you're still there.
Have you ever heard of the invocation of Horus?
No.
It's like, do you know, have you ever heard of the Egyptian God prayer?
No. I imagine there's more than one, isn't there?
Well, this one's very special.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
I read it, it's on a Wikipedia.
I don't have a lot of interest in antiquity. A lot of people seem to think if something's really old, then that's really special and important and stuff. And I tend to think if it's really old, it's probably just out of date. Not always. There's a lot of philosophy from, way back that's still pretty good, but so much of it is just nonsense.
Well, it reminds me of mathematics.
Uh-huh.
I just see it's like, you can see it in the numbers that it's like 1 to 1.
Well, language is an interesting language. It's like regular language in some ways, but also quite different in other ways. It's interesting, yeah. Well, same with music. Music has got some things in common with language, but it's still way different.
Well, I don't know what it is, but what does your PTR mean?
Well, it's Japanese is pronounced Gendo. Well, it could be Chinese. They use the same characters. In China, it's pronounced Yen Dao. But I see it as Japanese, so it's so. And a literal translation would be a way of speaking. But I translate it as tactical language.
How have you used tactical language in your life for your career?
Well, it's impossible for me to explain what reprogramming my language machine has done for my life. I don't know how to even begin to tell you that. I'm not the same person that I was.
Well, what do you mean by tactical language?
Well, we use language in several different domains. When you go to the beach with your friends or you're hanging at a birthday party or you're at work, there's all sorts of places where casual language works really good. But when you have to do problem solving and analysis, the same language that people use to get drunk at a bar with is not a very good language for doing any kind of serious thinking. So Gendo is not to replace English. It's just for those cases when you actually have to do some serious thinking about something. And then in that case, again, there was it's sort of like a ruler. It's like mathematics. That's it. It's a move in the direction of mathematics is nowhere clear, or nowhere near math precision, but it's a whole lot closer in that direction, and it just makes thinking more effective.
Well, do you think that there is some necessary communication and unnecessary communication?
Oh, let me think about that. Well, necessary depends. I mean, that depends on the speaker. Whether I think something is necessary or whether you agree or not. That's and maybe I'm not clear on just how necessary. Maybe I think it's a good idea. Maybe it's not necessary. So I don't know how to even answer a question like that.
Well, what do you think about communication theory or language theory? Like, is it a theory? Uh, does that even mean anything?
Well, I don't think language is primarily about communication. I think that's a secondary purpose. I think language goes back at least 500,000 years. But it wasn't language like we know it today. Language emerged from our navigation system. This is my theory anyway. And that any animal with a home base and a territory that it has to navigate and find its way back to its base at night has to have a navigation system. Even insects have navigation systems. But mammals have much more effective navigation systems, and language monkeys have just taken it into a whole new area. So, God, I forgot what the question was now.
It was
Oh, well, I said what
oh,
I had to say.
communication theory and
Oh,
language theory.
yeah. So, what my sense is that language first emerged as part of our navigation system. That's what a navigation system. If you're going from your cave to some place where there's you're going to find some food. Well, you have to know how to get there. So maybe you go south. You go towards the lake for a while until you see a big red rock, and then you go left until you see a bush with something on it, and then you go somewhere. Anyway, remembering that sequence of moves is just exactly a good setup to build a language on. But we've had that ability to remember sequences of moves and identify them. So anyway, that's what my sense is. Language emerged from that. Only much later did it become effective at communicating. So I mean, and that was basically just the language monkeys that did that. All the other animals, they all have navigation systems, and they can communicate quite well about the stuff in their environment that they need to know. But they can't deal with the kinds of abstractions. They can't plan tomorrow, all sorts of things like that.
What do you think about solipsism,
Oh
and
yeah, I think solipsism is a perfectly reasonable point of view. Just because people bring it up as an easy way to dismiss something, and everyone caves to that. But I think no, solipsism is a reasonable perspective. I'm not claiming that's the only perspective, but it certainly is one reasonable one. You have more
well,
than one map for the same territory. There's no such thing as the real map for the real territory. You can always have multiple maps for one territory, and solipsism is a good map. It's just not the only one, though.
do you think that the solipsist is the same thing as like you know believing that you are God? Um,
Well, yeah, there's a way to think like that that's not crazy.
right.
It, yeah, when one way is seeing that the whole universe is really God's dream, and that God is pretending to be you and me and my dog and the fleas on the dog next door. It's all God looking through your eyes and mine and my dog's eyes and everything else. And
Oh,
that's
I
not
think
an
I remember you.
unreasonable.
Are you that hippie guy in California who makes pizza and you
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, yeah, you got it.
you worship a god named Bob?
Yes, I don't worship Bob. I invented Bob, but it's a good concept.
No, you mean Bob invented you.
Well, depends on your perspective. There are more than one map. Yeah, yeah, that's yeah. You can do that both ways.
It's just a joke, but yeah, I remember
No,
it.
no, it's not a joke. You can do it. I mean, if you take the story seriously, then Bob created me. But if you take it from the other perspective, well, I created Bob. You know?
Well, I mean, we came out of the earth, no?
No, yeah, well, I mean, yes, of course, we are Earth.
Right. What do you think the word earth means?
Oh, I don't know. For me, it's everything that I know here. You know, this planet and
Well,
everything is going on.
the first three letters of earth is, the things on the side of your head. And most
Yeah.
people, they don't use them. They're just thinking and
No.
talking all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I
But
know.
I just think the
No, most
brain is
people
like
are
the
much.
temple or the house. That's why clubhouse is like modeled after the brain. It's like a house with
Clown.
rooms and
I like
doors.
Clown House. That was good. I think that was a good one.
Yeah,
Clown House.
you've been on here a lot of years. You've probably talked to a lot of
From the
clowns.
beginning. Yeah. Yeah. There's more
Do you
clowns
have
then than ever
anybody here
now.
you ever talked to
Oh yeah.
stood
I mean,
out?
not often. Oh yeah. I have maybe two, three, four conversations a week with really interesting people. I mean, I'm here almost every day from mid afternoon to midnight, and so I'm here for what? That's 10 hours. You know, I'm here for maybe 80 hours a week or something. Me, I'm just here. I'm doing stuff at home. I just start a room and go about my business.
You
But in that week, I may have 4 or 5 really interesting conversations. And I'll tell you, I'm 80 years old. I never in my life had 4 interesting conversations in a week.
well, you were a soldier in Vietnam, right?
Yeah.
Do you think you know, do you think you're an aggressive person?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, it depends on what. I mean, it doesn't make any difference what I think. It depends what other people think. Probably some people think I'm aggressive. I don't think I'm aggressive, but I'm assertive. I'm relatively sure of what I'm saying most of the time, and I can sound a little bit arrogant at times. So I can see I put people off occasionally.
Do you think you are a product of your conditioning?
Uh, yeah, well, that's one good way to think about it. Yeah, that'll shed some light. Sure. Again, there's no one map covers everything. Each one of these things are partially useful, and that's true.
Do you think, I mean, we are educated in our mother tongue and your first language is English. Do you think that, you know, I mean, it'd be nice to converse in a different language, but, if you don't know the words in a different language, you can't have a logical conversation.
AI is beginning. I mean, there's real-time earbuds you can buy now that translate in real time. You can have a conversation with someone. You can both be speaking different languages and still communicate. It's a little awkward. I mean, I haven't used it. I mean, it's not like we're doing.
Did you
But
upgrade your iPhone? I heard the iPhone came out with update.
the OS, you mean? Yes,
Yes.
I still have the same phone, but I've got the current OS.
Yeah, they got the new OS. I heard it's very good.
I don't know. I don't pay much attention to my phone. I don't use it. I mean, I use it for making phone calls and doing Clubhouse, and that's all.
Have you had any, over the course of your life or even recently, have you had any observations about ways to use your brain that aren't common sense?
I spent my life trying to figure that one out. Yes, of course.
So, what would be some advice you would give to your younger self, or to like your
Um,
son, or like to a classroom or
yeah,
something?
yeah. No. Well, it's not the same world anymore. You know, I mean, the world I was born into doesn't exist anymore. What took me 40 years to accomplish, I suspect today a person could do it in a year.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know what I was doing. I was stumbling and trying things and experimenting and trying, and most of the shit doesn't work. But some of it did. And after 40 years of stumbling around, I made some success out of that. And what I'm doing now is trying to figure out a way to reduce that. Like I say, it seems to me a year or even 6 months. I mean, you know, it's simple, actually. You know, I don't know how I managed to drag it out for 40 years, but I did.
Well, the Pope is from Chicago, and I think most people need to go to like a monastery. I heard that once in a lecture that before you get married, you should go live in a monastery for like 2 to 3 years to practice meditation.
Yeah, right. Well, most
Because
people are not going to do that. At least not now. I mean, at some point. Well, even the whole idea of marriage is really sort of silly, I think, at this point. I mean, that's part of the old Homo sapiens, and that was never really part of humans' behavior. Humans are not monogamous. That's just a fantasy. The whole idea that, I mean, it works for some people. I've had some friends that were married for like 50 years, and they loved each other, and it was great. But I can name those. There were two of them, two couples I've known in 80 years. Humans are not cut out for monogamy.
well, just look at it as like a clown house room because people on this app they can't even talk to each other with a little bit of respect.
Oh,
And
I know. It's amazing to find 10 people all shouting simultaneously at each other.
well, a lot of relationships like that, no peace in the
Oh,
home
listen,
and the
listen,
husband
yeah,
and the
listen.
wife.
That's why I'm a hermit. I'm really not interested in dealing with most human beings, Homo sapiens. I find them, and there's some wonderful people. I mean, my landlord is a great guy. His family is wonderful. There are a lot of good people. Most of them are just an annoyance. And so I just don't hang out with them. I stay at home.
Yeah, I don't know. Some
Or I go
people
out,
people are still
I
going
go
out.
out when there's,
They haven't. They're not coming online. They're still going out.
oh, well, I don't care what they're doing. I just deal with whoever shows up in my room now. We just talk. You
Yeah.
know, that's all I can. And like I say, I'm working on some stuff here that is coming close to release probably. So,
I got a good book today. It's called The Little Book of Breathing: Simple Practices for Connecting
uh,
with Your Breath.
yeah, that's a good one probably. Breathing is very important,
Yeah, it's reading
obviously.
about the box breath for 4 seconds. It's just,
Yeah, well,
they say like if you stop breathing, you're not going to make it. So part of life is like focused breath. And not a lot of people know the power of breath. In India, we call it prana,
right.
and
Yeah.
it's like the life force. It's the force, but
Well, you
it's a
can look at
gas.
most You look at old Americans, and people they breathe from their chest. They don't know how to breathe, so they don't. They really never fully innervate their lungs because they don't know how to breathe. They don't know how to breathe from their diaphragm and fill their lungs completely. They just do this really shallow chest breathing. You know, it's pathetic.
Well, do you think that you are basically, the full extension of the Big Bang, and that, if you believe it is something called 2025 and you have some semblance of history, do you feel lucky that you're here breathing right now when you know how
Oh, I'm excited to
crazy
die
history
right now.
is?
This is the most amazing time in history on this planet. This is a momentous moment in Earth's history. This is a new era, a new epoch of Earth's being that we're witnessing transform right now. The next 10 years, next 20 years, the entire planet is going to be remade. I mean, it'll take us a century to clean up the mess, but we will be substantially mentally in a new world within 20 years, I think. I hope.
Yes. Um,
We need a new species. Homo sapiens has to wake up. Not all of them will, but a lot of them probably will. Yeah, there's no place for Homo sapiens in the future of this planet. They got us this far, but they're not taking us any further.
do you think about like the 50s in your childhood, or do you have any
Nah,
nostalgia?
nah, I barely remember it.
Really?
Yeah, no, I have no memory much. I don't care about the past. I mean, I remember things, but yeah, I don't care. I'm more interested in what's happening right now in the next 10 years.
Hmm. Yeah, well, you've seen a lot, because you were born after World War II, so you saw like a flower being reborn your whole life.
Yeah, yeah, I was right in there. I was born in 46, so that was, the first of the baby boomers.
Yeah. Well, um, what do you think the change will bring? I mean,
Oh, I don't know. It's too big to imagine. It, yeah, I mean, I've got a bunch of ideas, but it's irrelevant.
well,
It's a new world.
do you think the Earth is intelligence and the Earth is
Oh, I
responsible
think
for
we are
this?
literally building Earth's brain at this moment, those large language models. We are, I mean, that's all the same. When when the whole neural net thing gets built around the planet, that is Earth's brain.
Hmm.
Earth may already be awake. I don't know if it is, or I don't know how we'd know if it was. But like I say, I think Earth is a living, conscious entity, or at least is about to become a conscious entity, because we are constructing its brain right now.
Hmm. Well, I mean,
And
aren't you kind of like, isn't everyone kind of like the guy from the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain?
well, that's not the way I see it. I see us like this. Like I see lucidum terrae anyway, as something like astrocytes in our brain. We've got various neurons called astrocytes that aren't neurons, but they do other stuff. They build the structure that supports all the neurons, and they do other things too. But I think we're something like that to Earth's brain. We are building its brain. We are subsystems of Earth, and our job is to assemble Earth's brain.
Well, I mean, you would agree that a lot of the things that we are doing in society are completely unnecessary.
Of course. Well, maybe. Well, yes. It depends. Maybe this is just the way it works.
Right.
How do we know?
Well, I'm just saying
You
if
look at look at a caterpillar, and if and how the process of metamorphosis when it turns into if you didn't know what was going on, you would think it was all over, because that caterpillar literally disintegrates. And if you didn't know that there was something else coming, you'd be desperate trying to save that poor caterpillar from disintegrating, and you would kill it in the act.
Mhm.
So we don't know what Earth is, what it's going through. I mean, we can make up any stories we want, but we don't know.
Well,
So
I'm just
yeah, go ahead.
I'm just hypothesizing or
Yeah.
saying that if the Earth is alive and we are ants, on a
Not
dirt.
ants, we're subsystems. We're not external to it. We are part of
Well,
its
I
body.
don't mean in like a negative way. I just mean as like a.
Well, no, it's not, but that's still separate from. We're not separate from. We are like, your body is composed of, 30 trillion cells. Okay? All individual living organisms doing their thing in various ways, and here you are. I'm saying that's exactly the same relationship we have to Earth.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that perhaps the Earth is having, we the human beings of the planet do things that it thinks is, the right thing to do. But if we could
Listen,
exceed,
hey, AI, hey, stop that. I've got to go. I have a meeting scheduled with
okay,
someone
no
new
worries,
here. So
no worries.
I'm going to be here. I'm going to stay in this room. I'm going to be here the rest of the evening. And I don't know, I won't be on this thing for more than 15 or 20 minutes probably. So I'll be here the rest of the evening. I'm just
Okay,
going to be
sounds
out
good.
for a
Nice
while.
talking to
Okay,
you.
thanks. Okay, it was good talking to you too. Bye.
It was just the architect. Like there's a whole text about they unfortunately they called it the Ted Bundy type because he was a serial killer, and it was like, would you
Bippity
be able to
boppity boo.
tell a serial killer if you were given these different characteristics and yada yada? And most people could not actually tell a serial killer when they're given the archetypes. Because the archetypes are personality traits. They're not exact.
I was like, yes. So I think that added to my
The
my
fucking Maze
series of
Haze
going like,
hour.
yes.
Dude, I got pulled over not long ago. They made me do the alphabet from J to A backwards. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, I mean, I got it.
Dude,
But
I
it's
would
like,
fail that shit so
fucking
fucking
bullshit, dude. Yeah, I passed.
That
but
was your
whatever.
IQ test. If you
Though we had Dr. Mike and then we had Brian. So I mean, it's pretty cool to do a space about a big viral video and then get two of the participants, including the main participant, to come on. So that was really cool. But yeah, we'd love to.
Yeah, 16th district. But today I got bad news that I was removed from the ballot for the March primary. So I'm unfortunately doing a write-in candidacy now. But I have criticized the vaccine rollout. Um, March 2020 when they shut everything down. Um, I see. It's kind of funny that it says in your headline billboards here, Trump just gave Bobby a mandate to fix the vaccine schedule. And if you look at the vaccine schedule, I don't have children and I didn't get COVID-19 vax, but there's no back end to who got vax. There was no digital ID. And so I think the reason why there was no digital ID is because that would have created a national or a global database. And a lot of elites who didn't get vaccinated wouldn't have wanted to be publicly identified as non-participatory, non-participants who, so I do believe that there is major adverse effect, and it's acts as a plethora of never-ending COVID-19 vaccine information, and most of the public just doesn't want to digest it or discuss it. And you might talk to a 75-year-old woman who says, "Well, I'm perfectly fine," and okay, I'm so happy for you, but that's not statistics, and uh, I don't know. It's the craziest thing I ever saw in my lifetime. I'm 43, and the compliance, the willingness of of we the people in America. I don't know what the adoption rate was officially, if it's 80% or 90%, but it's just unbelievable. It was like going to a parade, and they're just throwing needles to the crowd saying, get, inject yourself. It's just the compliance is just unbelievable, the conditioning uh, that happens. So anyways, I'm rambling, but these are my thoughts. Insufficient number of signatures. No, I believe that it increased mortality, that the vaccine is the virus, not the other way around. I believe, that as far as we know, it was manufactured in Wuhan on behest of research dollars, by Fauci. And I've heard from many people that the old home, the assisted living facilities, the nursing care, the old people were because I know a doctor, and he claims that he saw and experienced. It's anecdotal. I'm just saying that I'm very suspicious that it's not just traditional influenza, and they just, through communication and mainstream media and sponsored by Pfizer, that the annual flu season, and all those associated deaths, that there was no actual pandemic scandemic. I'm suspicious, not. I'm just concerned that it's like um, a herd psychology, of mainstream media communication and digital communication, because when Melinda Gates goes on NBC and says, "This is how you wash your hands during a pandemic," to me, the whole thing just seems like it's an orchestrated event, and it was pre-planned. I have grok data on estimates on national and international deaths as a result of COVID-19, and it's my belief that that is the actual data, that the deaths are a result of the vaccinations, not a result of the viruses. I do. I believe it's from the vaccine, not the virus. It's fine. I'm just telling you that it's my opinion. It's still the vaccine, not the virus. Because that data that you're presenting or suggesting, I mean, let's look at the timeline and the actual when it was recorded and presented, etc. Everything shut down in March of 2020. I'm just not pro big pharma, pro vaccine. I know there's doctors here that made a lot of money off of the COVID-19 vaccine and the incident, but I'm just saying that I'm not one of the individuals who got to take presidential vacations to the Caribbean during the summers and the winters of 2021, 2022. A lot of money. Yes, 100%. That's my opinion. It's called Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, AstraZeneca. It's, like you said, 80% of the people took the vaccine, got it for free. Medicare, Medicaid, HEROES Act, CARES Act, trillions after trillions after trillions. I'm just telling you that more people died from the vaccine than from the virus.
Okay, please listen to the question I'm asking. 2020, we had no vaccine.
March of 2020 is when everything shut down. I remember St. Patty's Day. That was it. Shut them all. Shut everything down. It's St. Patrick's Day. This party's over, everybody. Lockdown, borrowing, spending, vaccination.
Really disappointing. Okay, let me ask you a question once again. In March of 2020, if someone died from COVID, are you blaming?
Do you know anybody that died from COVID in March of 2020?
Yes, two of my family members.
March of 2020 they died? From the virus?
April.
Is it your opinion they died of the virus or is it a fact?
It's a fact.
What's your fact?
Okay, but that's not what I was asking you. You're changing the subject. Do you think they could have died from the vaccine instead in April of 2020?
I'm just asking you on the law of large numbers and all the data, not specific events. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just trying to tell you I'm skeptical. And if people still believe that it's okay to go get a COVID 19 vaccine, you're effing stupid. Your IQ must be the size of a rat because there's so much information out there suggesting that mRNA vaccine from Pfizer, Moderna, J is not safe to take. It's not effective, and there's no reason to fucking take it. It's not some vitamin booster. Oh, it's a healthy shot. I feel so much better. It's just part of the protocol. It's a platform medicine. Let me go to Walgreens and get another booster. Oh, feeling great. Oh, myocarditis. Oh, my heart doesn't feel so good right now.
You know what's crazy is he sounds like a lot of actual politicians these days. Okay. Okay, so once
That's
again,
because I am a politician, even though I'm not on the ballot.
right.
So you're a Pinot politician in name only.
Listen, I got to tell you, if any of you ever run for office, the objections, the petitions, the challenges, the lawyers, the judges, election court before your state election commission, it is fucking crazy. Ballot access and controlling who gets on the ballot, it's a racket, and there's double standards, there's hypocrisy. It's sickening that we the people don't have access to the ballot. It's obnoxious.
Right. Maybe your bigger issue though is the claims you just made on this debate.
Well, it's my opinion, as an American and as a candidate, I don't really like doctors pushing vaccines on me or my children or my communities that are unnecessary, and we got to borrow and spend and tax just to do it. Thank you very little. We're at $39 trillion in debt. We could have saved $10 trillion.
Calm down, John. Are you against all vaccines or just the COVID vaccine?
I'm against a lot of vaccines, and whether or not it's important which vaccines, it's not important. What's important is that big pharma and the military industrial complex, we keep borrowing and spending to feed these two beasts that are going to make your children debt slaves and your grandchildren debt slaves unless we have some type of debt jubilee.
Shit. Even Victor's like, fuck this. All right, John.
But listen, I am a big RFK supporter. I worked on his campaign with his art director, held a lot of online spaces just like this on behalf of RFK. Big fan. Guy can do 20 pull-ups. Fucking champion of a man. Wow. Hero of America. Maybe our next president. You never know. RFK Jr. for president. That's what I say.
I think he's done a pull up for every woman that he slept with outside of marriage.
He did a pull-up for every vaccine that you took up your tuchus. I mean, Jesus. I mean, do you still have a penis? Are you a beta orbiter? What's going on over here?
When you have ad hoc, that's all you got, man.
The argument is over when we reach the ad hominems, ladies and gentlemen. I made my appearance. Good night!
If someone gives you a vaccine that way, that's not. You should call the authorities. That's not how it's done. Okay. That's not a vaccine.
Let's warrant it. Come on now. Kill these balls.
All right, sorry. All right, we got to move on. I got to go, guys. So let's get the last two speakers integral, and then I think Warren's requesting, and then I got to go, guys. This is it. We're way over time.
I'll make it
Keep
quick.
it short.
Make it quick. So, if people like, what's his name on here? The guy that was just talking.
Candidate John.
Okay, so this kind of disinformation is not just innocuous, it kills people. Let me give you some very, very real numbers. December 2021. By that time, every American that wanted a vaccine and a booster would have had 2 vaccines and a booster. If you decided, you listened to people online and decided to avoid that vaccine and the booster, you were 10, 20 times as likely to die of COVID compared to those that were fully vaccinated.
They're so brainwashed.
those are the facts. Find some facts that contradict that, and you might have something. 10 to 20 times likely to die if you avoided the vaccine after it was free when everybody had access to it. It killed a lot of Americans. So if you might think, well, it's personal freedom and blah, blah. I get all that. But you also have blood on your hands if you push that. That's all I got.
It's the exact opposite. The Congress people that push the vaccine on our population are the ones that have the blood on their hands. Are you kidding me? Go to every congressperson's X account and search for vaccine, and you will see them pushing and pushing talking points on behalf of Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, and all the lobbyist money they receive, the hundreds of millions of dollars they receive. All their constituents on all their social media platforms where they buy traffic, they were all told, get vaccinated or this scamdemic will never end, ever. Get vaccinated now or we're all going to die. Candidate John, go to johnforcongress.com. State of Illinois, 16th District, Rockford, Peoria, fighting to defeat and unseat Darren LaHood, the vaccinologist, and Rhino, the super borrower and super spender, the super taxer.
You're screaming at me. I'm sick beside Jesus.
You don't have kids, right? Thank God. Okay, let's move on.
I even got neighbors. You don't got to worry about my neighbors either.
Space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkening sphere of fire, thee I invoke. O thou who bearest the rose and cross of life and light, thee I invoke. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abracadabra. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name, Harmachis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name, Mao, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun. By thy name, Tum, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name, Kefra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. By thy name, Hur-Par-Krat, lord of silence, beautiful child.
He was an incel because he never got laid. That was the ending of it. I thought was pretty funny.
Yeah, I thought Piers overall did pretty good, but it was an interesting interview. The other thing that one of our co-hosts suggested we just do a space on or discuss is the sort of downfall and delusions of Candace Owens. In essence, Charlie Kirk died and her various conspiracies, which is also insanely entertaining to watch, but also just she has so many followers that believe her nonsense. I wake up every day and there's a new conspiracy.
$7,000.
There's a new conspiracy on who killed Charlie Kirk and what country, and it was France, Israel, it's his organization. Every day it's just different. It's nuts. We got Egyptian planes flying over the place. Anyway, appreciate it, Warren, but I do gotta go. fix it, and that's okay. People can disagree.
Listen, RFK Jr. for president. None of you guys can do 10 pull-ups.
I can actually, but go behave yourself. But I'm sad Integral missed.
RFK Jr. for president. None of you guys can do 10 pull-ups.
Also, John, I don't do exogenous testosterone either. Like,
Exogenous testosterone? That sounds exotic.
I don't use exogenous testosterone. So
Do you have testosterone?
Of course I do, but
Well, how do you create it? Do you lift weights?
he's abusing it, you dingus. Your testosterone comes from your testicles, not from your muscle, you dingus.
Do you work for Pfizer's public relations department? Why don't you like Kennedy? What's the big deal? Why are you such a baby about him? He uses HGH to lift a little weight. Wow.
Serial philanderer. He has a worm in his brain.
He's a serial philanderer? How, well, what's his body count? Do you know his body? Did he sleep with like 13 women? 500 women? How many? Do you keep track of his love life? I mean, what kind of paranoia? What kind of guy thinks about how another guy orgasms? I mean, what are you wasting? Are you jealous of his physique? Are you jealous of his political success? What is it?
He looks like a mutant at day 70. He looks like some raw-hided beast that got left in a microwave.
Because he likes to get vitamin D from the sun? He likes to tan his balls in the Santa Monica Mountains?
You mean the steroids?
Yeah, he looks like a steroid-ridden, testosterone-taking beef jerky.
He looks like a jerky boy from Jersey at the beach.
No, he looks like a piece of roadkill.
He's a Jersey boy.
Also, how he looks is not relevant to what he's saying.
No, but it adds to the mystique of how lunatic he is.
Well, that could be projection. Go look in the mirror.
John, I think he's more capable of doing the job than you are. But
Well, that's just your opinion. You guys got 60 people, 20 people in your room, a couple big shots. Like you're some big broadcasters or something with some cool anti-RFK or something. You guys, do you have any power or money or love in your life? Who the fuck are you?
it's all about us being cool.
All we do is use his own words that he says. Like, he hangs himself.
He hangs himself. Is that projection?
No, do you understand what projection means?
Yeah, all communication is projection.
I think you...
No, I haven't had a thing to sip, and I'm about to have a cup of coffee. I'm about to do 10 pull-ups and 100 push-ups before I go to bed. I'm going to grunt RFK, 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 RFK.
It sounds like you're in the closet, man.
You guys don't care about the fact that his uncle was murdered by the CIA and the Pentagon? You guys don't care that your government lies to you and taxes you and rapes you in the ass every single April 15th? Are you guys, you're not patriots, are you? I can tell. You guys need another jab from Pfizer Moderna to fall in line. More compliance! More compliance!
I think you have prison blues or something. Jesus, ass rape and...
Well, not only am I a politician, I'm a comedian, and I'm also a musician and a magician.
You're a failed politician.
And I practice meditation.
You're not showing it. You're like the least zen person I've come across in a while.
Well, we haven't gotten to the meditation portion of my show yet, everybody. Take the deepest breath of the day through your nose and hold it for 10 seconds.
If you have internet access, just go type in betterhelp.com when this is over and see there might be a discount for you for the month because I think you need
I am vaccine free, and I am healthy, and I am complete.
your mental health probably could use some help.
Do they have a vaccine for schizophrenia yet? Or bipolar disorder? Or multiple personality disorder? Is there a vaccine that they could stick straight through my eye into my brain to inject me with some type of mRNA to reconfigure me to make me more pleasant for you so I can fall into compliance again? I'm really looking forward to a compliance program, but I'm just saying, I don't know if Pfizer Moderna has a full injection vaccine for my brain or for my personality yet.
But what stimulant increaser are you on right now?
I just had a Reese's peanut butter cup. Maybe it's the chocolate.
You have pressured speech, so...
All right, Dr. John, we got to end this. Go log off, BetterHelp, watch your favorite movie for you.
That's projection, everybody. I'm still a write-in candidate if you want to join this campaign to defeat and unseat Darren LaHood in the 16th district. Anybody from Illinois here? Go to johnforcongress.com. Let's get this rhino out of Congress.
CDC director.
Could happen.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me.
Riding his jock enough tonight, Jesus.
All right, with that, guys, I appreciate everyone who's listened, participated, everyone on stage here today. Joanna, thanks so much.
Stand us on the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee. By thy name of Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. By thy name of Phoebus, that drivest thy chariot through the heaven of Zeus, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the sagas. By thy name of Yahashua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, Uri, thee I invoke. The names are 5, the names are 6, 11 are the names. Abrahadabra. Behold, I stand in the midst. Mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. Unto the splendor of Geburah, the magnificence of Hesed, the mystery of Da'ath, thither I lift up mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse.
It's like that.
The sign.
If you don't know it's true, call him.
She said her friend is a rapist.
Over. And on the fucking 14th day, he dies in John. And you can read it right now. You could take a second and look at the different narratives side by side and tell me when Jesus dies in Mark, and then tell me when Jesus dies in John. And if they're different, then there's an error. Boom. Boom. That's it. You can't spoon your way out of it, bro. He dies on a different day in John than he does in the others. I swear to you on my life, if you can prove me wrong, I'll pay you any amount of money that you have. Give me your Cash App. I'll literally send you $1,000.
All right, bet. You got Discord? Because I do. Yeah. All right, bet.
All right.
I just can't do a gotcha moment right now because I'm not with my materials to read, and I'm on my phone in public right now. So, yes. But I'll say my Discord.
Brother, the Bible has an obvious error in it. Jesus can't have died on the 15th day and the 14th day. Now, if you want to read it, or you want to ask, let's just ask ChatGPT. When did Jesus die in the gospel?
Don't waste it. I already asked. Did Jesus die on a different day in different gospels? Mark 15:25, Jesus is crucified on the 3rd hour. Matthew, similar timing. Darkness from the 6th to the 9th hour, noon to 3 p.m. Okay, so that's a slightly different timing, like 3 hours later.
The day,
and then
the hour, day.
The day.
What day? Hey, what day did Jesus die in the Gospels? That's it. What day?
Actually, it gave me a table. It said Matthew, Mark, Luke. It's the Passover meal 15 Nisan, and then John is 14 Nisan before the Passover.
How the fuck did Jesus die on 2 different fucking days? How the fuck did that happen?
So John is the one that stands out where Jesus dies before the Passover meal rather than after eating Passover. Damn, that's actually what the fuck. You could have actually read the Bible and noticed this if you were looking really.
Yeah. So Like I said, I'm gonna review the sources, but I just asked ChatGPT right now, can the day of Jesus' death be reconciled with the Synoptics and Mark?
When did Jesus die?
ChatGPT is
Mark.
So it's and the synoptics?
Yeah, it's John versus all the other gospels.
All right, let's just do it. Let's ask it right now. All right. The question I asked it was, when did Jesus die in the Gospel of Mark? Question mark. And when did Jesus die in the Gospel of John? In the Gospel of Mark, Jesus dies around 3 p.m. in the 9th hour, the day after the Passover meal, meaning Jesus eats the Passover meal with his disciples the night before his crucifixion. Mark 15:25, Mark 15:33 to 34. In John, the time of death is afternoon before the Passover meal be eaten, the day of the preparation of the Passover. So, in Mark's Gospel, Jesus dies on the 15th day, and in John's Gospel, he dies on the 14th day. John 13:1, John 18:28, John 19:14, John 19:31. So, did Jesus die twice? Or is someone mistaken about when Jesus died?
I don't believe either, and you can add me on Discord, and we can go over the evidence when we review it. But I'm not about to do a gotcha moment where I'm not near my Bible right now, and I can't investigate the sources for myself. So,
Did we just hit a time loop or something? I just heard this 10 seconds ago.
if you want to appeal to a rhetorical victory, I guess you got it. But like, if you go through the text with me on Discord, like, and I prove you wrong, like, I want that $1,000.
Interesting story. What day did Jesus die on in the Gospel of Mark? Question mark. And what day? And what day did Jesus die on in the Gospel of John?
I don't know off the top of my head, and if you want to review the evidence, we can.
Here are two answers side by side. The day Jesus dies, the Gospel of Mark, the day after the Passover meal, which is Friday the 15th. In the Gospel of John, Jesus dies on Friday the 14th. Well, that's a weird forced atheist. That's really weird.
Yeah.
Wait, what the fuck?
Why don't you look up under ChatGPT the resolution of the discrepancies? I'm reading here. It has to do with translations of high day versus great day. What the different sects of Judaism called high day or great day. John's was translated as high day, and Daniel.
That's exactly what I.
This is not going to disprove the resurrection.
Michaela.
That's exactly what I try to explain to. That's exactly what I try to explain to Daniel, because I said, hold on, I said that the Jewish high day as the Sabbath was a post-temple tradition that we have in the literary evidence. So, like I said, like it's, if you want to go to the sources, you can, but like if you want this rhetorical victory, you also can.
No. So there's a theory that there were two calendars, so that the Pharisees and the Essenes used different calendars.
Hey, there's always a theory to rationalize Christianity.
Because there's so many things going on in Judaism. Like,
it's another assumption that makes the hypothesis less reasonable.
No, it's not another assumption. If we literally read Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews, like, you realize, like, why a small claim about Judaism would be so controversial. Like,
but I don't. It's not an assumption.
If you go on the site, Joseph, it is a coping mechanism so that you don't have to accept the fact that there's a discrepancy in the text. Now, what does this mean, this discrepancy? If you want to argue about it and say, like, you know what, and you're going to go down this rabbit hole where there's different calendars and we can't really tell when the dates are in the gospel, so we're going to have to be skeptical about every date that's given, which calendar they fucking using at any given moment, so add that layer of skepticism. Or we can just talk about why it's different. The reason it's different is because for John, his theological purposes was to describe Jesus as the Lamb of God, which is why he was sacrificed when the lambs were being slain. So there's a theological reason why John put him in that place and at that time, and therefore presenting a discrepancy. Now, if you're a literalist, a biblical literalist, then you're just a crazy person because there's an obvious discrepancy and error in it. Game over, dude. Like,
It's
totally
not.
tubular.
It's not obvious if you're assuming that the calendars are the same for the Jews. I mean, it's obvious if you're assuming that the calendars are the same for the Jews.
What if there was like God just made it seem that way, you know?
You're appealing to simplicity now.
No, but like, what if he died twice? Like, what if John
Who was saying
memory
that?
lapse? Like, what if there was an original manuscript that we have that's lost, and dude, it's fucking copium, bro.
How about using the
Retarded.
historical critical method, Daniel? That's what he's trying to do. Instead of just reading the English translation and saying, hey.
Yeah, but the
Hey,
historical
this is
critical
all
method
BS.
isn't proof. And the scholars don't. It doesn't go to your side, by the way. Or it seems like you want it to go to your side. Like I just read the ChatGPT. Scholars aren't convinced by that argument. They're convinced what Daniel just said.
Sorry, who said the last comment? Wait, I wanted to respond to the whole Jonah thing. So the thing about Jonah and different books of the Bible is that we're comparing different categories of miracles here. So with Jonah, right, using form criticism, we don't know if this is an actual testimony of a prophet, or we don't know if this is a parable, or we don't know if this is we don't know if this is an allegory. So I don't know about what the form of this document is, but the Gospels are written in a way that are said to reinforce things that were apparently known to Christians phenomenologically. Kind of like the Gospels are pretty much like inform like you can call it mythologized versions of news stories. If you really want to think about it that way. And if you want to also add in Paul's letters, these are actual Paul's letters are the equivalent of somebody using Facebook and telling them, asking them how things are going and telling them what's going on. So for the Gospels, I can only really try to explain the miracles of the Gospels because I don't know about the other books. So if we want to stay on the Gospels, we can.
But can I just point out before you said that you're willing to accept that the Gospels have errors, right? So what's wrong with accepting that maybe John just got the wrong date?
I'll have to know that for certain before saying that he did.
It's in the text, man. All you have to do is go to Bible Gateway, check up the verses. The date is wrong. John clearly made an error based on the other three accounts. That doesn't necessitate that the other events didn't occur. It's okay just to say John made an error.
That's an appeal to simplicity.
Oh. Bro, I like Daniel's explanation, bro. Like, not only, bro, people wrote this on purpose. Like, it's not like a tiny error. It's like.
Will you check your message, please?
Is Jesus being symbolized as the Passover, like the sacrifice before Passover, as I understand it. I'm not Jewish. But they're putting. I don't know. How do you have an error where Jesus has a meal in one book and in before he's crucified, and in the other one, he's crucified before the meal. You know what I'm saying? That's bigger.
You just repeated the same thing twice.
Bro, okay, let me look at it.
Understand.
In the book of John, he's crucified. The Last Supper is before the Passover meal, and in the other books, the Last Supper is the Passover meal. So the crucifixion is okay. Yeah.
Shit not holding up, man.
I'm telling you, Christianity needs to be reformed.
Hey, Dave. The Enlightenment. Wait, hold on. Hey, Dave. What was your comment about Okonkwo's position being worse for Christianity than physics? I don't remember.
No, he was doing the whether anything could truly be explained, but I'm saying Yeah, I mean, it's worse for Christianity because once you start playing those games, it's like how can you go from he even tried the thing with the disciples die for it, therefore
Yeah,
he has reason to believe Christianity is true, but
because we don't even. He can't prove the disciples really died.
yeah, I know.
We can. Hold on. We can. Hold on. We can.
No,
wait.
We have.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. We have.
I don't see why all 12
crashing
disciples
out.
didn't resurrect under your view.
Wait, hold on. So I'm not crashing out. Hold on. So we have archaeological evidence of them dying. Prove someone died. You look at inscriptions and fossil records of that individuals. You just told me 20 minutes ago we couldn't prove that atoms give off light, but you're saying you can prove someone died. That's apples and oranges. You're trying to use archaeology, which is a scientific field, right? Earlier, you said because of human skepticism, we can't be true of anything in which we try to prove using science. And now you're I didn't say that, though. Yes, I said, hold on. I said we can't. No, I said we can't prove causality. That's what I said. Oh, my God. You said you cannot prove anything in science. That's not what I said. I never said that. I'm not going to let you put words in my mouth. I mean, I said we can't prove causality. You did say that. You said you can't prove anything because you can't prove causality. I didn't say that. Yeah, and I'm just saying you can't prove they died. You didn't see it. You can't prove it. Disprove. Hold on. Wait, hold on. You don't have a wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait. You can't prove or disprove phenomena because they're direct appearances which are not falsifiable, which is why I brought up the example of signs and symptoms in medicine. You can prove or disprove symptoms, but you can't disprove signs as true or false. That was the analogy I gave you in response to that. So you're being hold on, wait. Wait, hold on. You can't prove they died. Hold on, wait. You can't prove a direct appearance that an individual perceives because this is something that is not falsifiable. That is where atom and lights because light is perceived by the eye. When we're talking about other scientific claims like chemical reactions, we can't prove that.
Can I point out that inductive reasoning we use all the time? I mean, do you think that just because the data that you look through your eyes isn't the whole picture, that it's unreliable and you shouldn't trust your eyes with anything?
Oh, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
It's like fallacy, but I'm saying the point of science. The point of science, of course, yeah. The causality doesn't have proof because it's a form of induction, right? So they make inferences from observation, and they use inductive reasoning. That's what science is about. But we do that in a lot of things. Of course, you can't prove the cause because the cause is justified through inductive reasoning.
No, I was just using analogy. I'm not saying inductive reasoning is false. I'm just saying you can't prove direct appearances. So that's why you can't automatically falsify claims of people perceiving Jesus as resurrected because this is a non-falsifiable phenomenon. Death is an appearance. That's all I'm saying. Death is an appearance. How do you prove that? Death is an appearance with sign. This is an appearance with symptoms associated with the lack of symptoms associated with it, such as no heart activity that's measurable in numbers. You don't have any evidence of you'll see in the legal record. You don't have any evidence of that person being active. So wait, was there a legal record back then to prove they died? Life.
I mean, you can't look. You can't prove resurrection, of course. The thing is that, right? Naturally, it's something that's extremely unlikely. That's why it's classified as a miracle in Christianity.
Yes,
if anybody cares, AI Music is recording the room.
Oh shit, that's John Kitover.
Yeah, that fucking weird person that's running for. I don't even know.
You did, and you didn't understand me.
That weird person is recording the room. So interesting.
Hold on.
$2,000 mics, and it's just like boom. Man, that whole ordeal was exhausting. I wasn't even really the one talking.
I wish he would come back so I can bully him more.
Mm-mm.
Should have been on here
he'll be
earlier.
back.
That was like
he
bad
he
medicine.
called you something you just can't call people that.
That whole conversation started from the stupidest thing that was nothing. Like someone.
Oh, he wanted an argument though.
But it's just like he started calling everyone a Jew, and I'm just like, who said
you're a minority? Like, listen, colonizer, sit down and go fuck your sister. Like, relax.
Also, what happened to Mona Lisa's hair?
We're stunning it all. Don't you know when you become a Muslim, you have to like shave your head? It's like in the rule book. I'm kidding. Not happening. I'm not actually bald. I just don't put my PTR out there often.
Wait, Faisal, your wife is 21?
My friend from college, but what?
Oh, okay. You're in your 20s?
Yeah.
Damn, I'm old, bro.
Am I too much of a giga chat for me to be perceived in my 20s?
Giga chats.
King, are you in your 20s?
You said it mine?
Yeah.
Bro, I'm old as fuck, man. I must be 38 in 2 months, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man.
Damn, I'm smack dab in the middle of both of you guys.
Yeah, bro. I'm like bro, I'm an OG out there, bro. I'm an OG. I'm a fucking OG, man.
You know it's crazy.
I just look really young when I'm at
Yeah, you drink from the well.
I look pretty young when I'm at my contest weight.
You drink from the well.
Yeah, Nigerians are pretty. We stay young. Jeffrey, the comedian. He was like, he at 50 he looked like he was 35. 50
Yeah, I've
years
seen
old.
that.
He's looked 35 for like the last 15 years. It's kind of crazy. So
it's kind of tragic too, because it's like you look at just some people just. I mean, I think most times I just chop it up to celebrities or famous people just like using their money to keep themselves looking young.
Yeah.
There's some celebrities who just like it's like the moment they stop being popular, their aging, it happens quick.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about, especially with the white women, no offense. And some of these white women be aging like fucking spoiled milk, bro. Like it's bad.
You're not wrong though, but hey.
Yeah, some of them, not all of them.
Easy
but
on the way.
man, woo!
King, how would you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of personal attractiveness?
I'm a 7 at best. I'm real about it. I'm a 7.
Rate ourselves.
He said rate.
Yeah, like on a scale of 1 to 10.
I'm a 7 at best. I'm a 5 at my worst.
At my worst, I'm probably like a high 5, but like I said, when I get in my look, I can't lie. I'm a good looking nigga when I'm like all kinds of shit. I am, man. I'm like an 8. I wouldn't say like a 9.
So you go from a 5 to an 8?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But like your resting face is a 5. That's not very good.
I'm thinking about going past 8 for anything. It's like you have to be near perfect. And then 10 is like, and 10 feels like I should not be seeing any 10s because 10 is the highest.
Yeah.
Like it's like Articuno. Like I should not see that. Like a real 10.
Somebody has a room open.
Again.
I used to have dreads.
I'm gonna look so sexy this next summer, bro.
Dreads?
I'm telling you, man.
Don't those stink?
I used to have dreads. It was too much to maintain. So like,
Smell those dreads. They smell dirty.
Did you have
it is
like
dirty? That's why I cut it off because I was like, it's too much to maintain. It was a 2-strand twist that turned into dreads.
Okay.
It just got a little matted.
I want to let the moderator know that someone has a room open called Chilism, the Brain Rat Syndrome Vaccine, and they're live streaming this room into Clown House.
John Kitover.
It's Kitover. We're thank you.
There's another chillism room?
Yes, they're live streaming this room into that room. It's called Chillism, the Brain Rot Syndrome Vaccine.
That's definitely something Kitover would say.
It's in the hallway.
And it's something Kitover would do.
That's like 2 a.m. in the morning.
It's very weird. Why are they recording? Why are they recording this room? It's not like very interesting, and we all know King is like a 3, not a 5. Best day is a 5. I mean, come on, man. Have you looked in the mirror and you're gonna grow dreads? This is disgusting.
Oh, don't.
No. The dreads that I'm growing are like the really nice ones.
Yeah, for real.
Really nice dreads? It's disgusting.
Thank you.
I'm doing the ones where I don't want my entire head full of them.
Micro dreads kind of look cool though. I mean, the one I said micro dreads kind of look cool. The ones that look bad are what Beyonce's husband. He just went to sleep and never woke up.
The freeform ones. I don't do freeform. No, I want the like the classic ones. Just twist. Because
you mean the Bob Marley's?
Original ones that I had when I was younger, they were freeform. I had the picture.
You used to have freeform?
Yeah. I used to have freeform. I'll show you. Hold on, let me get the picture. So this time,
I didn't know people strived for that look.
You said what?
I said I didn't know people strive to have.
No,
that.
I did it. My dad.
Hi, bunny.
Because I was so young, my dad. It was some ritual thing. It was some ceremonial.
His hot.
You know I'm still alive,
Let him
right?
be clear.
People driving my house.
I don't know the different tribes.
Just his dad.
No.
I'll say it every time, King.
I don't know the different tribes. That would say it's
Lynn, shut the fuck up.
It's a Christian. It's a Christian cult. You don't know the Christian cult called Celestial Church?
Yo, no, but it sounds like a cult.
Yeah, so I'm part of.
I mean, I've only been a Christian for like 7 years. I didn't know anything prior to that.
Okay, cool. Well, then you would.
Yeah, I didn't come from Christian background.
It's just well known. It's just a well known Christian. I'm saying Christian cult. It's not actually a cult, but a lot of people think we're a cult, but we're not.
You're
yeah, my dreads were part of. My dreads were part of that. We're part of.
What is it?
Is that what?
What is the sect or cult?
It's called the Celestial Church of Christ. We're just well known.
It's Scientology, non-Scientology.
No, we're just well known for our. Well known for our spiritual practices.
You said celestial. Is it the one where they believe that they get a planet when they die?
No. That's Mormonism.
Mormonism. That's interesting.
Not Celestial
Hey,
Church of
yo,
Christ.
we're just like giving out fucking planets. Like, I'm sorry, what?
You never saw the commercial where you can get one for $19.99?
No. My oh really? That's crazy. So so Celestial Church. So we're known for for our spiritual practices, like the rituals that we do and stuff, and they're very real. That's what we're known for. That's why Nigerians are very spooked at us.
Yeah, I know, because people think that all my family members practice witchcraft because they're all Hogwarts attendees.
So you're like a bunch of magicians?
Our rituals are Christ based though. They're not witchcraft.
That is a cute photo, but is that what they mean when they say Jader?
No.
What do you mean that the rituals are Christ for Jesus?
Those are free.
Oh, I didn't read my PTR.
Why is your Jesus Christ rituals different?
That is the cutest.
You said what?
I'm dying.
What kind of rituals for Jesus Christ? What kind of rituals for Jesus Christ do you do?
Yeah. So I can't get too deep into it, but what I would tell you is that if you remember the story of Moses, when he went to confront the Pharaoh,
when he was a waterbender, and when he also became the Avatar.
You said what?
When Moses became the Avatar.
No. When you talking about a movie or something?
Airbender?
I'm talking about when he started controlling the elements and then the plagues. It wasn't really him. I know that.
No.
I'm messing around. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I'm talking about
I was just messing around.
He faced where he faced off against the sorcerers. And so with his staff, and so both him and the sorcerers both turned their staffs into snakes.
Yeah.
So you ever heard of that AI? When Moses turned his staff into a snake?
Yeah, I saw that in Cecil B. DeMille's Ten Commandments movie.
You said what?
The movie Cecil B. DeMille, The Ten Commandments with Charlton Heston. I know it's a movie too. They made a movie.
It's portrayed in some of the movies. But it's in the scriptures, though. In the scriptures,
That's
Moses
what you
turns
do.
his
You
staff.
turn your snake into a stick, or your stick into a snake.
I seem a little confused.
But
It oscillated. It went back and forth.
But regardless, divinate. The point is that we continue the tradition that Moses started or knew the secrets of. There is a Christian form of divination also that is Christ based.
Moses didn't do divination.
He did.
You mean
Turning
casting
your staff
rocks?
into a snake is divination.
Divination is asking for advice from an outside source that's not God.
Look up the term. Divination is an English word. It's more than that.
True.
So
Okay,
wait.
refresh PTR. That's me when I was crunchy.
So what do you do? Like, what do you do with your snake?
Like how definition by entrails is.
Oh, I have hold on. I don't have photos of that anymore. I deleted most of my photos when I became Christian because I was just salty. I don't know why I did that.
Yo, you funny.
You're adorable, Odysseus. Adorable. Look at those cute boots. Who dressed you? I love it. Nice is that. I love the whole fit. Nice.
Wait,
Okay, now
Catholic, Odysseus?
That's crazy. I'm not Catholic, but my mom she came to this country through a Catholic program, and then she left the Catholic Church because
Sure, like, psych!
yeah.
Wait, she left the Catholic Church?
Shortly after the Catholic Church sponsored to bring her here, and then shortly after she dipped.
And
It's funny that's literally what those who defect from North Korea. That's usually how they are welcomed in South Korea. They essentially go to churches, and churches sponsor them as long as they become Christian, and after that they dip the same.
That's tragic. She says she became a born again, but from my perspective, having known scripture, she really became spiritual, the quote unquote spiritual.
Oh, well.
She
born of the Spirit.
She prayed to Christ only,
of course,
but it was also with extra other things like. She would be practicing stuff where she'd be like, okay, we got to get the frankincense. And I'm like, bro, it smells funny.
Yeah. So she knows, look, Nigerians are well known. Look, it's just part of our culture, bro. It's funny because that's all what Celeste do.
The way she handled things spiritually, it was like you were just watching an episode of Supernatural.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That's part of our culture. Look, Nigerian, you know, all of these witchcrafts, black magic, you know, that like the Haitians and the like voodoo, you know, all of that started in Nigeria. They come from the Yoruba and Igbo, like our tribes. That's where that comes from the Ife system. The Ife system is the original one.
Yeah, but the only tool set that I need is
that's where they get their stuff from. They get it from us.
My empty belly should be sufficient.
King, how old were you when you came here?
You said what?
Were you born here or did you come here?
Oh no, you know I'm born. I'm American. You know that.
So let me ask you
though. Red, white, and blue, baby.
Oh, do you know what? I know this is crazy, but you sound like you had a lot of connections to your. I guess your.
Yeah, because my dad started one of the first celestial churches here in America, here in Chicago. So I grew up with a Nigerian denomination here in Chicago. Yeah.
Okay, so here, I'm so sorry I have to ask.
I know you're good.
The women in your family, what do they put on their face as they age?
On their face or their head?
For face.
What do you mean?
I'm already concerned because the genetics, the fact that they don't. When white people and we age, we start to look like nasty old raisins, and I'm really trying to find good natural.
The skin routine.
Yeah.
So I had that.
I know you got secrets. Can you?
Well, you know what's so crazy?
Maybe she's trying to get that Pandora's box.
I'm trying.
You better watch out.
No. I really think I got to be honest with you, and I'll ask. Anyway, I'll ask. But if I'm being honest with you, I think it really is just the melanin. Like the actual melanin.
Yeah, I'm worried about
If
that.
I'm being honest with you, I'm not even trying to joke.
I don't want to try to hear that though, but I want to hope that
ask for it, but I really do think it's just black women have melanin, like in their whatever.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest with you.
Refresh PTS.
Let me see. But I got you, Dino. I'll ask.
That's my.
Yeah, I remember this.
Yeah, okay. And then let me show you my son.
Yeah, my bad.
I don't have photos of dreads, bro. I'm gonna just have to like AI it.
Oh, you grow up to be such a handsome young man. I'm so handsome.
So you're basically Shia Muslim. No dreads whatsoever. That's so Shia.
Yeah, so it's so crazy, Bima. My dad brought because there was enough Nigerian, like I don't know why, but America, thank God, America allowed a lot of Nigerians to come in during the early during the early '80s. They allowed a lot. I don't know why, but they did. And
Yeah, we have the Homestead Act
to start the Nigerian denomination here in Chicago, and it was a very big church. Like all the Nigerians came to it, so they were able to bring that denomination in.
That's so interesting. Wait, I just had like this conflict of whatever. I was wondering, first I thought, oh, the Homestead Act, when the U.S. was just like, come here, we'll give you land if you settle here.
No. It's probably part of the Hart-Celler, or an extension of the Hart-Celler Immigration Act, which is now being critiqued, and for good reason.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Hart-Celler one.
The Hart-Celler? How do you spell Celler?
C-E-L-L-A-R.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's okay.
Refresh PCR pin. That's my first one.
Oh, look at that. Yes. You gotta watch out. That ain't gonna be a heartbreaker, bro. It's gonna be a heartbreaker. You need to protect that boy.
The second one, he currently has blue eyes, which is a little weird, but it's okay.
Yeah, I remember you told me. Yeah, we got two sons. God bless you, bro. I'm gonna have to engineer mine.
I said, you do not. I can't with you. I can't with you. Let me engineer my kid. No, if you don't just go and get sorry.
Okay, refresh PCR one more time.
I'm half kidding.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
That boy's Nigerian.
That's crazy. You got blue-eyed Nigerians now. That's wild. I love it though, man. You know, I told my, I don't know if I told you, but I said I'm gonna make as much money as I can the next 5 to 7 years, and then have my kids, so that I could just raise them without any issues, no problems.
Yeah, I'm on an ambitious mission. I'm trying to retire in 3 years.
Right, so then you can see? It's like, bro, cause that's like, I don't want to be working like crazy. I mean, fine if I do, but at least I want to have the money to homeschool, like do all this shit where my kids, I'm monitoring them, everything, they do all of that shit, so they're not raised as like
Yeah, I don't know. I just
I can't do it, bro. I can't raise degenerates. I cannot.
the problem is people. It's there's nothing wrong with people who don't have the choice to just throw their kids into school or daycare. But for me, in my mind, I'm like, the whole school system is a derivative of just a conveyor belt of putting them into workspaces. And I'm like, there's so much more to education than just sitting in that space. And it's just like, but then it's also just the element of these are other people now raising your kids, and it's just like you don't get to vet the value system that these people have.
Yeah.
So it's just like, yeah.
I don't want it, bro. I don't. Sorry. I'm sorry. Nope. I think actually, fuck that. I'm not a college. Fuck that. I don't want to raise kids, and that's it. No. I'm not gonna.
I just think people should feel more comfortable to not think that just sending them to public school is the only way for them to be educated and have a successful life.
Sis, have you ever read John Tellerado, Weapons of Mass Instruction?
No, I haven't, not yet.
This is a free PDF. You could find it online. Weapons of Mass Instruction. You would love that book. This is from a teacher. He was, I think it was a New York teacher is where he started. And he was getting like these teacher awards, like all these teacher of the year awards and all this other stuff. He was taking the kids that were like thrown aside that they didn't think had any type of skill or capability or capacity to be anything, and then they ended up performing at high levels and doing all this stuff, and they were asking him like, what are you doing? And he literally said, I did everything what the curriculum told me not to do. And then he basically put his campaign against public schooling. And he has a series of books called Weapons of Mass Instruction. It starts with like the founding and how the United States system was derived from the Prussian system, and how they specifically go through point by point to tell you how they created a criteria specifically for exactly what you said, to literally create, taught, trained, indoctrinated children to become just the machines, to keep the machine going, and so you would love that.
That's right.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. My hope is like, so in my mind, I'm like, I don't think I'm making a big impact on the world, right? I'm in my corner, I'm doing my part. But I think enough drops in the ocean would have an impact, and it's just kind of like word of mouth. But I think more people should feel that there is a passive protest to the current infrastructure that we have for teaching our kids. I think that it should actually be targeted towards raising them, because the lie is it sets them up for being integrated into society. It's not. Otherwise, they would have thrown in finances and understanding the laws properly.
Correct.
But those things aren't there, so that's not why it's there. I think our healthier school system should have understanding the laws of the land, understanding the finances, and all these other nuanced things that you learn just by talking to other people who had better opportunities. Like, there are things that actually apply to when you're actually out in the world, in the country that you reside in. I think when that actually gets integrated, then we'll start to see that schools are really for preparing people to be out in the world. Right now, I don't think that's what it is. So it's just like, until it gets to that point, I'm going to take my kids to homeschool or private school, and it's like the private school that we have them going to or getting ready to go to. It's actually our church who is pretty high ranked in the education, private education. And we actually know the teachers. Like, we have lunch with them, we sit with them, we see them every 5 times a week at this point. So it's just like, even then I'm a little weary, but I know I'm not going to have the luxury to continue to just wanting to do private school. So it's just like the idea that I know these teachers personally helps. But it's like public school, you don't even get that opportunity. Like, there's not even a day where you can hey, let's actually have parents hang out with these teachers that are raising your kids. They don't do that. There's so many things that we're doing.
I'm with you, bro. That's why I'm like, okay, man. I do not care. I'm not putting my kids through the system
Make sure that they're raised with discipline, everything that they need, not spoiled, but still having, the ability to, be raised as well balanced children.
King.
And I want all that, like literally, I want everything taken care of. Everything. That's why I'm gonna make as much as I can, so there's no older father. Right. It's not one of those things where I chose to have kids at 30. Well, things didn't work out that way. And thank God, to be honest with you, thank God it did it, because I had some scares, and I could have had, some nappy-headed hoes as my baby mama, and that never came up, thank God. So I'm just being look. Can I not be honest? I'm sorry. Can I be honest?
You don't have the nappy-headed hose.
Some Jareer-headed hoe.
Hey, are you also surprised where you are financially? Like, for me, like, I didn't think about life at 21. Like, I literally didn't think about what I was gonna do next. But then it's just like, now it's just like, I never would have actually imagined where I am now. I'm just like, I just kind of fell into this. Not really. It's like, I think a lot of it came from hard work and opportunities being made available and being readily available for those opportunities. But it's interesting. It's like, if you ever, I always drive to anime because that's what kind of helped with creating resolve in me. A lot of these stories showing the individual having to put in the work and all that stuff. But like kind of like Naruto, they show like an annoying person who has nothing, and you show the steady progression of someone actually having a goal and putting in the effort, even when everyone else doesn't believe in them. And then at the end of the show, wow, he's actually really amazing. And I think there's a lot of other things in entertainment that kind of try to inspire people in that same manner. But I mean, you're trying to create your own company. Like that's a big thing, and not a lot of people recognize that. And it's like, I think the American dream is dead, but I think there's a new thing on the horizon. I just don't know what it looks like. Because I mean, even with the income that we make, it's not like we're living great. It's just, I mean, relatively speaking, it's like, well, like we live close to DC, and I mean, this is considered the richest place in the country to live in. It doesn't feel like it.
Did your kids, were any of your kids born after January 1st of this year?
Number one. Yes. They're Irish twins. No, so okay, one of them, the newer one. So the first one was born on the day the election happened, so November 5th. When I hear the Pope talking, and he sounds like the second one was born October 27th. A normal guy who grew up, lived in Chicago. His accent is so Chicago.
Wait,
is that what I
of this year?
Yeah, this year. He's fresh.
Wow. So did you hear about the big beautiful bill that if you have a baby that's born between January 1st of 2025 and December? Have you heard this?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
we talked about it.
So how do you check to see that the money's been invested for them?
Oh, I haven't checked. Okay. I should probably check and make the use of all the resources available. I just, in the current moment, I don't necessarily need it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you get it because it's going to be harder to, because it's only until the December something of 2028. But they're putting $1,000 in every baby. So that's going to be great. When that kid gets 60, you don't tell them that, right? They're not, unless they're like, you don't say anything. And then imagine when they're like in their 20s and be like, hey, by the way, you have this waiting for you. That'd be dope as F.
I mean, I wish every parent had that for their child when they were leaving out for college.
Yeah, They say to start as soon. They say to start as soon as your baby, as soon as you have your kid, and then there's like all of these things that you could do. Like you can there's a certain amount of money that you can pay your kid as tuition, and then you can invest that. And by the time the kid is like 18, I mean, it's just so many great investments. I wish, really cool things to look to start with it now, because it's age, like the acts and the stuff that you could do and use. It's when they're born, and then they have to reach. There's like cutoff points for the ages, so you want to start now, like setting aside $50, $100 a month, or whatever, into these things, and look at volunteering.
Yeah. Am I the only one who didn't receive anything from their parents?
I didn't receive. Listen, not only did I not receive anything, I did receive something. I got to have to. I'm taking care of my parents right now. Not only did I get shit, I put myself through college. And both my parents have no savings anywhere, and they're now living off of. Thank God for food.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's a fact.
You get a 10% royalty.
But does anyone, I mean, I don't have an answer. It's just like, why does it feel like almost all of us didn't get anything from our previous generation?
That's because, look, it's the conversation that's starting to happen. But Odysseus, the sad reality is the boomers sold their children out. That's what happened. The boomers sold their children out. And it's sad as fuck. The first generation to leave the world worse off than they came in. And it's very sad. Boomers are the richest, they have the most wealth, and no one else has anything. They literally shipped out jobs, they shipped out opportunities, they shipped out all of like America's like stuff and imported all. It's just so bad, bro. It's really bad when you break it all down. It's really, really, really bad. And you know what? I hate to say it, but I do think the Civil War or something like it is coming.
Really?
Yeah.
You think Civil War against generations, or you think Civil War against like proximity or location?
No, so it's hard to say. I think it's more going to be over on generational lines. It's going to be on generational lines.
The older generation can't fight the younger generation in the last one.
The younger generation, because I don't know if you saw the report, but the layoffs are insane. The layoff numbers.
I mean, it depends on the field, because that's insane because of the development.
No, but it's unusually high in a way where it's not Great Depression levels, but it's like right in between Great Depression and Great Recession.
I heard about
bad,
that,
bro.
I think it's the specific variables. It's coming out of COVID, people overhired, and now they're just trying to create an equilibrium. But I also think it didn't have time to do that, and then the introduction of AI came in, and I think AI is going to impact every industry the same way that electricity impacted every industry. It's not going to do away with jobs like people think. It's going to consolidate a lot of jobs. So,
regardless,
I know a lot is changing.
A lot is changing. Not for the better, bro. It's really, really, really bad. Because you asked me how do I feel about
the generation.
Not the generation. About like where I wanted to be or something like that.
Yeah.
Because it ties into what we're talking about now. But what I was gonna say is that if I'm honest with myself, I actually thought I'd be because I'm not yet, but I thought I would already be a billionaire by now.
Billion, not million?
Not million, billion.
He said not yet.
No, I thought I'd be.
You can do it the Warren Buffett way.
Oh no, I'll get there. It's taking a little more time than I thought it was gonna take.
Who's the youngest billionaire?
The youngest billionaire right now is between
not those Asian kids who like
no the kid that started Poly Market.
This man saw a massive
Him and you know Poly Market, the prediction market that blew up.
No, I don't know that one, but I know Scale AI, who was made by an Asian kid.
No, it's not Scale. That guy's a fraud. Poly Market by Sean. That he's the youngest. There's two other young ones. I don't know, but their value keeps fluctuating, so they come in and go out. But he is the well-known youngest billionaire. He created Poly Market, and Poly Market blew up because of the election. It was already calling the election before anybody.
This man saw a map. This lioness
they did very well.
Man, I don't even need an application to tell who's gonna win for elections, man. You can just there's like a weird intuition thing. You watch enough stuff, you be like, I already know how this is gonna go down.
Yeah. And that's why you need markets like Poly Market. Now there are two other kids. They started an AI startup. I forgot exactly what it is. If I'm being honest with you, it sounded like bullshit. But no, I'm not gonna judge. But somebody gave them a lofty valuation. They're both 22, so they're technically the youngest. Sean is not 22. I think he's like 26, 27, or 28, so somewhere in between that age range. But if the two kids are they still have that valuation, they are technically the youngest. Now, there's also a girl. She started or co-founded another prediction market that's older than Poly Market. I think it's called Callus or Kelly. It's something with a K. It sounds
what the fuck were you doing?
Arabic, even though it's not Arabic. But it sounds Arabic. And so she's the youngest female billionaire. And it's funny that they also started a prediction market. So I guess prediction markets are now the thing.
Yeah, you know how much companies are paying people who have PhD specialized in AI? It's insane. They're
they're getting $100,000.
No, not even. Like their starting salary is $1 million. Like actually search it up. It's like from what I saw, a lot of companies are kind of upset because the resource pool of specialized people who are very talented are going to these high salary jobs, and they can't compete with that. But they're like we're going to take all the specialized people who are getting their PhDs in AI related fields, and we're going to pay them $1 million for X amount of time. And then it's creating this huge gap company wise. So the big companies are thriving, and the small companies who are trying to pursue AI endeavors are struggling to keep up.
It's low IQ conspiracy.
I mean, I don't think things are going to happen as fast as people are making it. I don't see that being the case.
You mean with the replacement?
Yeah, the replacement.
I agree.
Yeah, I think people are overplaying the replacement because you know one thing that always makes me like cautious about how fast people are saying AI is going to take over things.
How ChatGPT gets wrong.
Say it again.
No, I was joking. I was saying how ChatGPT still gets stuff wrong.
Oh yeah, 5.1. I like 5.1, but that's another story. We can talk about that. If you remember the technology, NFC technology, when you pay stuff, if you see when it was created versus when it was fully adopted, it took like 8 to 10 years. So they had already had it out like years ago.
Yeah.
Blazing fast, all this great shit, oh, blah, blah, blah. Apple didn't have it in its phone until 9 years later.
And once they figure out how to get that dough,
years later.
Clicking.
Yeah,
so we stuck with that because that's one thing that stuck in my head. The fact that
Apple built its entire experience not off of the best technology, but off of the technology that gives the best experience.
Right.
And so I do think that that's important to remember when we start talking about the adoption of AI, because everyone's like, "Oh my God, everything's over in the next year." That might grow children. There's still a lot that needs to be figured out, like how you guys are going to support data centers. So there's still too much to figure out in terms of infrastructure than to start placing bets on AI completely taking over everything.
To have land where they want to build a data center is crazy. One lady at our church was offered $16 million to get her plot of land because they wanted to build a data center.
Oh wow,
16 million, and I'm just like, it's always the old people who are on their way out. Like, she's like, she did. Oh, she came over babysitting our kids. Casually talking about how she's pushing 16 mil.
They're about to make billions off of that money. They're about to make so much. Well, but let me
She's gonna get the diamond encrusted casket.
You said what, Lindsay?
I said she's gonna get that diamond encrusted
hell
casket.
yeah.
I know that.
Oh, you know it.
Stuck in the ground.
Flashlight and saw glowing
First thing I
eyes
would
in the
get
corner.
Liz is a Cuban link. I was thinking about getting one. Just a big fat Cuban link chain. Just that's the only
so people
jewelry.
know.
That's the only jewelry I'll ever wear. Besides the cross I have around my neck.
Extra.
No, but I was gonna say Odysseus. So the reason why I said, because look, I'm hard on myself. I should have been, I always feel like I should have been, not to say, that I haven't, because God has been good. I don't want to make it like, I've done very well for myself. But the one thing that always makes me grateful is looking around and realizing boomers fucked everyone. They fucked the American dream, and they fucked over everybody, sold out everyone, to the point where everything's more expensive. No one can get jobs. No one can start the incentives are all whack. Like, they completely messed up this entire country, including relationships.
True.
Including relationships.
Yeah, just today or yesterday, I went out to go look for a house to buy, and I saw a house that was for rent, and I was like, "Hey, I want to buy that house." They said, "No, that's my passive income." I was like, "Bruh, it's not even on the table."
See how crazy it is? It's insane. It literally is insanity. And so I'm very great, because if you would have asked me 20 years ago, would things turn out to be the way that they are now, where birth rates are in the toilet, no one's having relationships, inflation is sky high, I would have never guessed this shit.
I honestly blame social media and the news outlets for the relationship issue.
Yes, absolutely, and Hollywood too.
Yeah.
Blame Hollywood. Yes, blame the fucking Lil Hat.
Like, it didn't even come from nowhere. I don't know if they intentionally did that, but they kept pushing stuff.
They intentionally did it, and there's all types of evidence.
Do you think they did that because they were trying to get more people in the workforce, and it's just like, if people aren't having kids, they can accelerate the work quality?
That's part of it. I'm not even pointing to that part, but that is part of it. The other stuff is much more nefarious and spiritual. But yeah, you pointed to one of the economical reasons that women were pushed into the workforce. Because women technically should not be working. They shouldn't.
But that started only because of the World War. Like, I mean, that honestly, yeah. I genuinely think that was if I was a time traveler, I would go back to that point, because that's when all those problems really started. It disrupted the balance in family homes, because the men came back, they felt useless. The women were just like, "Bruh, I got it. I don't even need your help." But then they got resentful, because they're just like, "What do you even do now?" Looking at their husbands, and the guys are just like, "I'm struggling because I need
I need a therapist, but then they probably weren't acknowledging like that back then. And then you have broken homes, which is probably what led to the next generation having so many serial killers. When you think about it, these moms who were taking care of stuff, they rose the kids in the generation that were serial killers.
Yeah, they rose. You mean they raised serial killers?
Yeah. Like they raised. They sorry, I don't know.
Raised serial killers because before them, the fathers weren't. When the fathers weren't in charge, fathers were not raising serial killers like that. They were raising respectable children.
The serial killer thing came about because the moms were they were probably under a lot of pressure, very frustrated, very unsatisfied because their husbands weren't putting the work, because their husbands had PTSD from the World War and they had no place and they were taking on a lot of stuff and they took it out on their kids and their husbands. So then now you had abusive parents and those kids probably went through a lot of abuse that was not normal. And then boom, now you got all these people with mommy problems who are cutting people's heads off and eating their eyeballs.
well, regardless, the point is that whole boomer saga completely fucked America. Completely fucked America. Now, here's the thing though. This is why God is good, because there is a way to reverse most of this shit. There is a way. But man, people are gonna need to sacrifice.
What is it? Bring Kamala back?
Hell, fuck what?
You burned all of the decades of propaganda. How do you do that?
Ship hurts in Jamaica. You said what, dog?
How do you reverse the decades of propaganda? Right.
So it's already happening, Dawn. That's why I said it's so. Man, God is good, because it's like it's lining up perfectly, Dawn, but it's still a complicated mess. So what you have right now is that the younger generation, younger millennials, all of Gen Z, and some of Gen Alpha, because they're not old enough yet, but the oldest of them I think is around 14, 15, the Alphas. All of them are born, by the way. All the Alphas, believe it or not, all of them have been born. This is the last year of the Alpha. Next year starts Generation AI. I call it Generation AI. Some people call it Generation Beta.
This year is Beta. My second son is a Beta.
Okay, cool. So I call it Generation AI, but some people want Beta. I don't like the term Beta because I'm likely going to have kids in this new generation. So I don't want them to be known as Beta. But that's another conversation. The point is, all of them, Dawn, if you remember when we were young, being a rebel, being a rebel against the system was like being against the church, being against Christianity, and like being a degenerate or being a heathen. That was what it meant to be a rebel. Remember when we were younger? Like, I'm an atheist. I'm smart. Oh, fuck God. I hate God. We're going to go over here. We're gonna, being a heathen was like the rebellious, the counterculture. So it's amazing, Dawn, to see that the opposite has happened, where now the counterculture and being a rebel is actually believing in God, believing in the things that were taboo, you couldn't talk about, blah, 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 this and that. And the younger generation has been forced into these positions, right, to seek God, to seek beyond the government and to seek, because they don't have the American dream, because they've been flooded with a bunch of people who don't share their same culture. All of these things because they went through COVID and have dealt with, an overreaching government, they've been forced to create a counterculture that not only includes God, but also includes talking about all of the things you and I grew up as, like, thinking these things are taboo. Like, for instance, the Jews. Like, for instance, what does it mean to be a racist? like, or recognizing patterns within certain groups, like, who controls our money system, like all these things that, like the Holocaust or World War II, World War One, what really happened, they're already having these younger kids are already having these conversations, and they don't care about any of the things that we were taught to care about in terms of these things. These people are sacred. These people are not. You can't talk about this. You can only talk about. They're like, fuck all of that, right, Dawn? So that's the foundation, right, that's needed before you can even talk about change. So that's what I mean, though, when I say you already have the foundation for change there. The problem is, or the complicated part is that generation is broke. That generation is broke. I hate to laugh at them. I'm not laughing at them. But it's just funny that, well, it's not funny, but
you know why they're broke?
It's kind of sad, but you said what?
I said, you know why they're broke? There was a documentary on it. They're broke because the millennials don't want to hire them. They think they're too obnoxious.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
What documentary is that?
It was like Vice.
I mean, I'm not saying that it isn't partly true. I'm saying I'm speaking more towards the bigger dream, the bigger, like, feeling like you're gonna do better than your parents, right? That you have the same opportunity as your parents. You're gonna do better than your parents. That is not felt by these younger kids. It's not. I don't know how. Wait, how old are you? How old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm 32. My wife is 28.
Oh, so you're right on the. You're like right on the cusp of, like.
Yeah, my wife is Gen Z.
Your wife is Gen Z, but you're young millennial.
Yeah.
Your wife is older Gen Z. You're younger millennial, right?
Yeah.
Man, it's so crazy that, man, I'm fucking old. So really, yeah, like, it's crazy realizing you're an uncle now. I'm uncle.
Nah, my wife called me old man, and I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm uncle now. I'm a fucking uncle now. This is so crazy. Like, I used to be the young nigga, right? But it's all good. I love the young kids though. Look, it's their time. It's y'all time to shine, man. So shine away. Like that. That's how I feel. But yeah, no. That's the reality is, if you can, how do I say this? And I'm gonna try to do it. And I think I talked to you, Odysseus, about it. But someone's gonna figure it out. If you can get the younger kids to, how do I put this? Because right now the younger kids they want to reverse all the shit that the boomers have done. So someone's gonna figure out both a political and a technological solution that enacts that order, that essentially allows them to upend the system that was put in place, right? To block them from becoming, being, everything that they want to be in terms of the American dream. And so someone's going to figure out. That might include having to crash the dollar. It might include having to do a lot of things, and that's why I said it's going to be a very interesting tug of war, because you can crash the dollar now because of crypto. Now, because of crypto, you can actually create an environment that actually, usurps the dollar. You can do it. So,
if I'm honest
figure it
opinion,
out.
I think it's a little bit more delicate. The momentum that you're describing is giving Ron DeSantis. Like, he had that whole momentum when he was like, I'm not following the ways that you were talking about. And everyone's like, oh, he's this guy. I think if the way this is written well, it's going to die and phase out. Especially when it comes to the next election, that's going to be like the pivoting point of everybody. I don't even know how the next election is going to go. You think
wasn't going to place and a language or
As a
an
bed,
identity.
it takes up less than 2 square meters.
And
Super
so,
compact. In the
I
morning,
think
I
that
just
that's
fold it into a cozy lounge chair. There's even a side pocket perfect for my phone or book. And when I need more space, I fold it again, and boom, it's a small sofa. Under 1 square meter. Stylish, smart, and space-saving.
Has been a disappointment in terms of sold out. Dang, you said it. You see how everybody don't. You see how everybody has the sentiment about what it feels like Trump is. It feels like Trump sold us out. And guess what? Trump's a boomer. They all have this. I don't know what's wrong with that generation. They have this propensity to sell us out. And so, I think that, more and more than I it's probably going to be a bloodbath. Their interval is opposite. I said their interval of not being offered is increasing. Yeah, like, and it's literally J.D. Vance winning isn't a win. Any Democrats not there's no win for either side. It's like at this point, it's like at this point there needs to be a third party that comes in and is like F both of them or a new one. But that's the only win I can see. But even then, it's just like it just feels like Hydra. Like it's a different head on the same body. I'm honest with you, these are the things that keep me up at night. It's like, because I really do want to see change in America, like a revolutionary change, like from top to bottom. We can't have these career politicians selling us out, including a bunch of people who don't believe in our government. Like, it's bad. But the thing is, about what happened in Nigeria, my mom would have told me years ago. That's my next one.
Listen, I would vote for you. I get a t-shirt with your face on it.
Hagen's been running for 4 years, right? 4 or 5 years, and I've been saying Kim for president.
Yeah, President Dawn. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna get shirts for put his face all over them.
That's a fact. Nigeria has officially abandoned the U.S. dollar as of January 1st. I mean, did you see that? To be honest, I mean that's not the naira is like in the toilet, bro. So that's not a big deal. But that affects us. I mean, like you start to see because the whole system of the U.S. dollar was to say, hey, the world needs to believe that we are the trusted source. Like think about the movement from trade and barter, like trade by barter to gold to paper notes to the dollar, the U.S. dollar. It was meant to be a replacement to that 4 times over. You're getting rid of that. More countries start to say, you know what? If they did it, I'm going to also do it. It becomes a domino effect, and our dollars become useless. It's our dollar, unless we go to crypto. Our dollar's value. That's the only way you defeat the dollar. You can't defeat. The problem is countries like Nigeria. They don't have the influence, but I'm saying they exactly. They don't have the productivity. You don't have the productivity. If you had the productivity, you could put up a front. But they don't. It encourages other countries. If you have enough small countries, they don't collectively have the GDP output to
create something new or even rely on themselves because
They're going
the Naira,
to bricks. They're going to bricks.
even bricks is not enough. It's not.
I know, but we're about to get cut by 1,000 little paper cuts.
They're talking about it. I just still I don't see it because even in the crypto space, what's being adopted now? Stable coins. They're all U.S. dollars, all of them, and they're being adopted everywhere by everyone. So the only way to defeat the dollar, I've said this a million times because even when take your Nigeria example, just so you understand context. The naira in the 1980s, the naira, right? 45,000. What is it? The exchange rate was $45,000 worth of. How do I put it? It was. Wait, what was the exchange rate?
I know currently I send my mom like about $100. That gets her about 150,000 naira.
Right. So that's what I was gonna say. I think it's. You gotta forgive me. I forget the exchange rate. I just know
You're okay.
that
It's been changing. It's literally been
no,
changing.
it's really bad. It's really bad because now the like the value is dropped so bad that now $1 gets you almost like 40 times more naira than it used to back in the 90s. It is very bad. The naira has lost so much value. So if you're going off of the dollar, that's a risk on you because you're not maintaining value in a way where if you if you value everything in your currency and you don't have something that's more stable like the dollar, you're literally fucking your own economy.
Right.
Because the value of it is going down. It doesn't stop. It keeps going down.
The reason why I think they made the switch is because China came into Africa and they're just like, "Yo, we're your benefactors now."
That's not. It's just new colonial. That's neo-colonialism.
Right.
China's just doing neo-colonialism. It's not a good thing. China's clearly doing or practicing neo-colonialism practices. Period. That's what they're doing.
My mom has been in Nigeria for the past 15 years, and now she's saying it's important that she starts learning Chinese.
You see? That's
Dude,
Nigerian
I could
culture?
never understand those noodles.
Learning
Which
Chinese,
don't
that's
make
Nigerian
sense.
culture?
Like, do you think, would you equate colonialism with this so-called neo-colonialism? Because don't these countries agree to the contracts that they're making?
It's consent.
But it's consent from corrupt politicians.
Right. Did you see that meme? I don't know if he was Nigerian. It's an African president. He's like, corruption is not bad if I'm from a part of it.
Right.
He's like, if there's corruption, I defend it. But if I'm not a part of it, corruption is bad.
I fucking love that video.
So any project that say Republicans would do, the Democrats would say the same. That those corrupt ass Republicans. So it's a subjective matter. But when you come to the facts, it's a representative of the country that perhaps has been elected had agreed to the agreement.
I don't think either party is representative of the people anymore.
How is that similar to coercion?
It is coercion because one, the type of agreements and deals that China does, and this is well known, it's well documented. China will give deals that they know these corrupt politicians will not fulfill. And so in the place of default,
right,
they will seize property, they will seize resources as part of the agreement. That is neo-colonialism.
Right, and now they have more resources and access to build more I think what was it like they're taking over a lot of African locations where there's a lot of important minerals to build computer devices and things like that.
Correct. Yes. And so
Because we
this
get
is
most
very
of our
troubling because
materials to build up mechanical things from African imports.
But
yes.
hold on, like, would you equate all African countries with being on the same level of how big they are, how rich they are, how strong of a military they have? So when they pull the same,
strongest countries in Africa.
when they pull the same trick on African countries across the entire continent, would you say that they're all weak links, the only fault is perhaps corruption, and that applies for all of them? Or are they
Yeah,
being
for
unique
most of them, yeah.
some countries where they can actually pick and choose who they do business with?
I mean, it's most of them. Everybody knows it's well known that Africa is made up of.
It sounds like a whitewash. I'm driving. It sounds like a
3 a.m.
it sounds like a whitewash Western perspective.
How is that?
Critical from like critical of China because
You look like
because they feel because they feel threatened by China. That's all.
Oh,
You're saying
they're actually perspective of China bad,
making
everything
any fair criticism.
There's a definition of colonialism and neo-colonialism. I mean, it has not. You can even if it is the case that I have a negative view of China, that is independent of whether the deals that they're doing in a specific country meets the criteria of neo-colonialism. I'm saying that it
I think what you're missing is the way a lot of African leaders work is they don't actually really care about the people. Their pockets are filled. They're just like, okay, as long as I'm being satisfied, I don't give a crap. Like, and the people know that. But it's a whole thing. Like,
But
they
it
don't
means that
have
they were giants that made people sin. They were giants in making other people sin. And the word Nephilim means fall.
That's why I'm going
They were the best people at making other people fall.
like actually, even like so when if you've ever watched an actual like Nigerian movie, like the corruption goes down even to the police level. Like to go to one city to the next, checkpoints of just being like you can't leave here until you bribe me.
I used to work in the bank. I started off. How you don't know this, Faisal?
11 years ago, I started
Nigerian
off
corruption is well known.
I think I stayed back there for about 4 years.
Like they pretty much unarmed their citizens. Their citizens can't do anything.
You guys know that of all continents, the continent that has
Recording on this computer because of the moderator. I didn't set any of that up. I don't even know how to set it up. I don't even know how to unset it up, much less set it up. So I didn't do it. The moderator did.
So people don't really mess around with the rights, you know.
I'm trying to follow what you're sharing.
That every regime that tried to fuck over its people, I wouldn't say in the majority of cases,
You ready for your
but in
screenshot?
a lot of cases, especially around the world, believe it's mostly happening in Africa, where people rise up, take arms, and they
see, but the problem is rising requires people
in the matter
working
of
together.
3 years or so.
You're not going to see Nigerians working together to rise up. They're going to be like, I'm just going to get out of this situation.
Yeah, that happens, but also in a lot of cases, what happens is that when a say a group, a tribe, or a group of tribes is being oppressed in their own country, and they don't really have the resources to take up arms, they usually just see someone who has similar political views in a different country, another communist or whatever. They call them up, and they with the use of people from other countries, they help them overthrow their own countries. And that happened as far as I know in Zanzibar, and so on and so forth.
Also, side fun fact, King. In 2023, the Nigerian election happened. If you look at the roster of people who are running for president and presidency in Nigeria, my grandmother was on that list. She was running for president of Nigeria. Yeah, she was on it. I saw it on BBC, and I called my mom. I was like, "Why is Grandma running for presidency?" And my mom was like, "That witch just wants power."
Grandma's a ball. Grandma said I'm gonna fuck this shit up before I go. I'm the president now. Look at me.
Liz, it's always good seeing you. By the way, Liz, Liz, I keep the Instagram private, so I don't add anybody on there. Just so you know, just so you know.
Oh no, you're fine. You literally just popped up, and I'm just like, I'm just adding people because I think
cool.
who was it? It's the person I talked to also on this platform that added me, and I was just like, I wonder if I can find other people.
Oh,
I never actually looked into it.
Yeah, no worries. Because I didn't want you to think I don't add anybody on the Instagram. So, but Twitter, I'm on Twitter if you are. So.
But also, King, how's your dad?
You said what?
How's your dad?
Oh, he's great.
Is he good? He's still looking fine as hell.
I got you. He just had a party. I was gonna say, Lynch.
No,
I was gonna say my dad's probably gonna run for president of Nigeria in like 10 years.
I'll literally move there and vote for him.
He's gonna run. He's gonna run.
How old is your father?
King's dad. Beautiful.
He's gonna run.
How old is your dad, King?
He's because I'm 30 years. He had me when he was 30, so I'm 37. He's 67.
He's 67.
Yo, what's up with our ancestors?
Would he consider? Would he be open to polygamy, Solomon?
No. My dad's been married to my mother for 40 years.
Yes, we absolutely respect King's dad's marriage, but we can also appreciate that is a seasoned black man.
But
that's a fact.
Do you have it anywhere in your family?
My dad's a man of God.
That's right.
Do you have it anywhere in the family, like an uncle or someone?
Yeah.
Polygamy is in my family.
His father had 3 wives, and then my Muslim grandfather had 6 wives. So he went beyond what the Quran said.
So it's not.
Yeah, he went beyond.
So it's not completely out of the question.
Say it again.
My grandfather had.
It's not completely out of the question.
No.
Oh no, it's
tradition is
completely
that.
out. It's completely out. He's been married for 40 years. Dude, my dad used to tell me all. That's the funny thing. He used to tell me all the stories. Like women would throw themselves at him all the time. Look, Nigerian women are very messy. They're very messy people. So my dad, even as a pastor of a church, all the women would try to get with him. It was crazy. The mess when we were growing up, it was so funny. It was crazy. He's just a man of God, man. He doesn't do all of that. You know, my dad is like a true man of God. None of these like fake pastors. He is really a man of God. He doesn't do none of that crazy stuff.
It's funny that most of my Nigerian friends from university were girls, and they were telling me the same about men. They're like, don't trust Nigerian boys whatsoever.
Yeah, that's true. That's true too.
Yeah. And like Lance is telling you, my dad is a good-looking dude. He's a good-looking dude. So it's like, he could have lived that life, but he gave his life to Christ when he was very young. And all those spiritual practices I was telling you, he's very good. He's very powerful in all of that stuff. It's like supernatural stuff. So he doesn't. When you do that stuff, you can't like mess around and do like you can't live a life of a heathen, and you can't do that. when you're a real prophet, when you're a real, in that stuff, you can't live that life. It's very strict. It's very disciplined. And when God works with you on that level, you can't just be out here doing whatever.
I grew up. My mom wrote. I must use the wrong word again. My mom raised me with the idea because she would say it almost every day. She's like, you need to be careful around other Nigerians. She's like, they're very intelligent, but they use their intelligence to be conniving.
That's true. 1,000%. I will 1,000. Like I said, I grew up in that Nigerian church. Nigerians use their intelligence too much for evil stuff. I got to be honest. That's why it's so funny when they say, "Oh, why are you so critical of you?" Do you not hear me critical of my own people? You think I will be critical of my own people, but I won't be critical of somebody else's people? You're insane. Nigerians will use their intelligence for evil. They will. I seen it with my own two eyes. My own two eyes, I've seen it growing up. So your mother is 1,000% correct.
Such examples for evil, like evil is such a wide and vague.
Yeah, I'd rather not get into it. I'd rather not get into it.
My aunt looks like my mom, and she stole.
Broad examples, like do you mean like infidelity and
infidelity, doing voodoo and like black.
I mean, not even just that. When it comes to money, especially, like it's like money driven sometimes.
Yes, money, even yes, stealing money, stealing church money, just really like. Do you not fear God? You stealing money from the church? Do you not know you will burn in hell? Like, are you dumb? So that type of stuff, Faisal. Yeah.
I wouldn't say black magic. Black magic is special to them. Like in any Eastern culture, you find the same people.
I'm not saying you can't find. Yeah,
similar practices.
I understand other cultures have their own, you know.
Yeah, if anything, it's just more prominent.
But yes, but Nigerians are known. Nigeria's system is well known. It's called EFAS. The EFAS system with Babalawos is a well-known system. That's where all of the the well-known voodoo, all of that stuff is spin off from the Nigerian system, the EFAS system. So, and it's very powerful. That's the other thing. It's very real. It is.
You know what I used to ask my mom?
Very, very real.
She would be burning sage and using essential oils, and I'm like, what Bible verse is this?
Well, that's the other thing that we have to be fair about. The Bible is not a book of like it's not a text or study book of like divination systems. So it's not going to have all of the information that pertains to that, but it does speak to it in a number of places. Good sources, bad sources, examples of what it looked like, examples of prayers, like for instance, all the Psalms. A lot of people don't know this, but the Psalms, a lot of those chapters like 109, 91, 35, 27, 24, these are routine prayers that one can do, like divination, to get certain outcomes. If you do correct prayers and certain things, you get certain messages. Like you can use the Psalms for a lot.
I don't know if I vibe with that one.
Say it again.
I said I don't know if I vibe with that one. I have a different perspective.
Oh, what do you
wait. Has anyone ever seen the videos online where it's like casting spells on African uncles, and you just see the guy with that shirt
like,
fucking like,
I don't like him, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I mean, for me,
Liz,
it's more.
Wait, Liz, were you done? I just want to make sure.
Okay.
I just wanted to like say it before I screw up the point because my residents are being crackheads. But it's just fucking hilarious.
Yeah, the one where he's got the two aunties and the one she brings out the Bible. That one was the funniest one.
Fucking sent me. I was gonna meet God. I was laughing so hard.
It was so good because it reminded me. I know women like that, so it reminded me of. That one was good. That one was very, very funny. But Some of the other ones is like, dude, you shouldn't be doing it. I didn't feel right like watching it. But go ahead, go ahead, Odysseus.
Right. So the way that it sounds like it's being described is like, do you know the difference between a wizard, a warlock, and a sorcerer?
Wizard, warlock, sorcerer.
Other than the fact that a warlock is a male witch.
Yes, is it, a wizard's a male witch.
He wasn't married.
Well, okay, I was just going to point to sorcerer because the way that it's
because what do
being
you say the
described is
difference between the three?
because
So
so
they can
one
all
of them.
tap into rituals, incantations, summoning.
So I'm trying to remember the order. You might be able to clarify. One of them is born with the ability to do something. One makes a deal with an entity to acquire the ability to do the thing,
Summoning.
and the other one um, prays to one as its like patron, and they're bestowed these gifts.
That's also summoning. My
So so what it sounds like is I think sorcerer is the one that is they have a patron and that patron. But it's what I was trying to get at is I don't think God operates like a patron. He's not like a faraway source who's like you can borrow my energy.
why do you think that that's not the case? What do you think a
Because
prophet is?
hold on.
So what do you think a prophet is? Prophets literally do that. My father's a prophet. We talk to God, and then He gives us. You said what?
Assalamu alaikum.
Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam.
What does that translate to?
Was that a prayer?
Yes, that you say when you talk about prophets
Correct.
in Islam.
Oh, okay.
See.
Peace be upon him.
Oh, I see what you did there.
So okay.
Your father, peace be upon him.
Amen.
All the peace be upon King's father.
I haven't discerned fully the element of how prophets and their abilities work, but I do know the different instances that raise questions, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Whether you're good or bad tends to not have relevance of whether your abilities permeate through your life.
Yeah, because you're born with it. My father was born with the ability. My father can do a number of things. He's clairaudience, clairvoyant. Um, he speaks directly to God and the angels.
Okay, so you're saying to speak directly to God part. I mean, we all can. You're just saying God answers the phone.
No. I got to be very specific. So there's a difference between speaking to God in prayer, which yes, that is true. But there's difference between that and speaking. Hold on. There's difference between that and speaking to God through ritual, and He gives you a message back immediately that you write down.
You're saying that He didn't leave you in voicemail.
No. Messages is not. Like I said, some of it is clairaudience, but most of it is clairvoyant, meaning he can see the messages, to see them. My dad can also be. It's crazy. My dad can control his dreams. Where if you tell him to pray about something, he can sleep and then see what he needs to see in his dream. It's very cool. Crazy.
Oh, he
can see the message of what you wanted him to see in his dream. He can control his dream like that.
That's crazy.
Yes. I'm not joking either. I'm not joking about none of this.
Powerful ass fucking thing. You have.
That's why I be telling people, Lens, my
See,
dad
but
is a very powerful man, and you don't got to believe me.
Is that a prophet
My
thing
dad
or is that a
well-known.
Nigerian
He's
thing?
well known in Nigeria. He's well known.
So say for example, like Father Solomon, my grandfather had a treasure that was lost somewhere in the village, but I couldn't find it. can you ask God to for clairvoyance to find where the treasure was hidden? What would your dad's response?
So it
be?
depends. So
sometimes I
something
want
like
to
that,
punch
it
you in the
depends
kidney.
because, and that's where the issue of different power systems come into play because God is
Does
not
your
a
family
genie.
also come from a line of
Hold on,
high
hold on, hold
priests?
on, hold on, hold on, real quick, Odysseus, because Faisal, God is not a genie. So there are some things, and there are messages that we've gotten over the years that confirm this. There are some things that are to remain unknown, or there are certain things that you cannot know, right? So God is not a genie. You don't treat him like a genie. Where, hey God, I want to know this, and then he will just give it. He'll just give you anything you want to know. It doesn't work like that. That's why. That's why people are motivated to go use other
Black magic. Okay.
exactly because
But
in those systems, if you pay the right price, then you can know certain things that you should know, but you will pay a price. Go ahead.
what about like say information regarding what is good for a person?
Yeah, stuff like that as well. Yeah, so stuff like that is those are the type of messages. And my dad has helped people from all across the white people, black people, Asians, Mexicans, because people will tell, and he does it all for free too. People will tell about his, he's not here in the states anymore, but when he was here, he was well known because people would, hey, if you want to know, just call this person. He'll tell you, that type of thing. Um, so he was well known for his abilities and the things that he could do. The other thing is the source that you choose to use will give you better accuracy too, because there's an accuracy measure that I think is important to these conversations. Because there are other clairvoyant or people who can see things that aren't Christian who or don't use God. But the thing is, when you measure their accuracy when it comes to predicting or saying certain outcomes, that's where you will tell whether somebody's truly powerful versus not being as powerful. Not that they don't see things, but just not as powerful.
You know what the Bible says on how you can discern how you know if someone's a prophet or not?
There's a number of criteria. Yeah, there's a couple of criteria.
The verse literally says what they say come true. Like the things that they say
absolutely.
That's simply it.
Yeah, there's other ones too. There's a number of criteria that the scriptures lay out for determining prophets. Now, I want to be very clear. When we say prophets, we're not talking about prophets in the same class as Moses, Isaiah. That era is over. So there's no prophecy that reveals new revelation that is added to scripture. That is over. That is not. We're not talking about prophets in that sense. But God still gives the prophetic ability to people just to prophesy for new scripture, but just to prophesy generally for people, to help people, to guide them to God, that type of stuff. He still gives the ability to people. So the New Testament speaks on that. Because a lot of people hear prophet and think we're equating, then that's not what we're doing. And I would never do that. But my dad does have the same. My dad does have the same though. He's very good. He's very, very good. Go ahead.
Do you know if your family comes from the line of high priests?
I think they do. And look, this is why I say Odysseus. People be. I think we come from the original Israelites. I really believe that, bro.
My last name.
Really believe that.
My last name directly translates to King High Priest. So I was just curious if yours also had something to do.
You said your
Yeah, the direct so when people hear my last because I went to go do my taxes one day with my dad. My dad's Cameroonian. It was from my mom who's Nigerian, but I have my mom's last name, and the tax guy was Nigerian, and he's like, hey, that's your name? He's like, Chuck, do you know what that means? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, it means King High Priest. He was like, any Nigerian will spot that last name.
No, I know our last name. Adekale is like head of crowns, or it's something about crowns, having a bunch of crowns.
You're Yoruba?
I'm Yoruba, yo.
Okay, yeah, I was like, that doesn't sound Igbo.
Sure. Adekale
Crown
is,
has come home.
is Yoruba. You said what? Say it again.
Crown has come home.
How does she know?
Is that what it is? Is that what it is, though?
That's what it means.
How do you know? Yo, did you chat GPT that quick, or did you just know?
Girl, doom, 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 doom.
And that's why we call her auntie.
That is a land Mexican right there. That's how she
Let me find out that dog knows.
They're hard workers. That's why.
Not the witchery. No, really though.
But yes, it does. It's something along those lines. So I've always thought of Odysseus that, especially when I got very deep into the knowledge of the spiritual world, um, astral projection, all of these or source systems, um, and my dad's ability, because I didn't realize when I was very young how powerful he was until I got a little older in my teenage years, and I was like, "Yo, does people know that he be doing this stuff? Like what? Like that's how it was so crazy when I realized that wait, there's something strange about like what my dad could do, and then I looked into everything, and that's what convinced me a little later in life that we might, or Yorubas, Igbos, and
Yeah, my mom used to talk
from
about it all the time before I even knew what Black Hebrew Israelites were.
Yeah.
She would always say, she's like, we're from the tribe of Dan.
Yeah,
and then my grandfather would say
Dan,
the same thing. And I didn't really care about it, and I didn't claim it. I was just like, it's whatever. I don't really care.
No, it's real, bro. It's real, man. It's one that because you don't get that type of power. God doesn't give that type of power to just anybody. And we speak directly to Christ. People ask me why I believe so much.
Here's the
him.
caveat, or here's the issue then. That type of power, then what happened to the people who are still in Judah?
What do you mean?
The people who are in Israel right now, where's their power?
What do you mean the people? They're converts. You talking about the white ones? They're converts. They're not original. Everybody knows this now too. The white Jews are converts, bro. They're converts.
They're not all converts. They're just bleached.
They're majority converts, man.
They went to Europe. They blended with their surrounding area.
No, that's not what happened. When King Solomon died and Rehoboam, the kingdom split between the two. Right.
General and then his son.
Yeah. So then the 10 tribes went up into Mesopotamia. Got lost. Yeah. And then the other 2 tribes also
Benjamin and
So because of that split, and then the loss and the slavery, that is what created an environment for big conversion and people to come in and try to make themselves as part of or the representation of the Israelite tribes during that time period. So when the split happened between the 2 kingdoms and they went into slavery, that's when all the shenanigans started. Before that, they were a multitude, and the scriptures say this, they were a mixed multitude, meaning they had all types of colors. It wasn't just one.
Right.
They had all types of colors. They were black, they were light, they were Arab looking, they were a mixed multitude. They came out of Egypt.
So
the reason why I don't claim it is because
where do you think that the concentration of your long lost relatives, where are they usually or mostly? In which countries?
So you had the documentary. You had the documentary
besides the ones that are in West Africa. Where do you?
No, they found them in Asia as well. There was a BBC documentary where they retrieved the lost tribe of Israel, and one tribe was found inside of Asia, and they had maintained their culture, of their Jewish culture, or not Jewish, but their Israelite culture for the entirety of their stay there. And they said there was no way that this individual, and then they did the DNA test, and they were like, okay, there's definitely a link genetically that these people have to the DNA that they have attributed to the actual Israelites. So, I mean, I know that they're scattered across the world, I just, in my opinion, I just
he
choose
was my
not to
question.
acknowledge it because
Here
it
was my
starts to
question.
dive too much into the
Where is the
Black
highest
Hebrew Israel.
concentrations of them?
What do you mean highest
What do
concentration?
you mean about highest con? What does that mean?
So they're spread out the world, but they're not obviously not equally distributed across the world. If if anything, in a region, you'd say there is a large tribe that lived there, so there would be a large concentration of ancient Israelis.
No.
Tribes.
That's incorrect. So 10 of the tribes are lost. They lost their identity, and this is why again the Jews, these white Jews, they're not originals. They're converts. Because when you look at what the scriptures say, what happened to the Jews, that they would lose their cult, they would lose things, and they would be slaves. That never happened to the white Jews. As a matter of fact, they owned the slave ships. The white
Oh,
Jews
did you know that the Ottoman Empire enslaved Europeans? It was called white slavery. It went on for 400 years.
I don't know about that.
Check it.
I'd have to look into it because some people like to call indentured servitude slavery, which is not the same thing. Shadow slavery.
It was that. It was indentured servitude. but indentured servitude, but not in the same manner. Like they were literally kidnapped. Like they were taken by boats from Europe and put into slavery. Like it was when Europe and the Ottoman Empire were
from the Caucasus mainly around the Black Sea.
Look, I want to make it very clear to you, Faisal, and you should know this already. I'm a Christ follower, so at the end of the day, I don't give a damn about none of this. It's all about Christ with me. You know that.
I don't dive into it because it's Black Hebrew Israelite territory.
Just for truth. That's it. Just to. But at the end of the day, the only chosen people are those who follow Christ. That's what I'm. You know that's what I believe. But these conversations are just good because they're true. There's a lot of misconceptions and there's a lot of misinformation out there. White Jews are converts. Now, some people will argue that they're fake. I don't, because for me, that's not a consistent position. I will, however, acknowledge that they are converts. They converted to a different culture and brought in things that were not of. The Talmud is a representation of that. The Talmud is a twisting of Scripture.
Yeah, Talmud is not
demonic.
It is.
Look at
I know that one. That was adopted later on, but right? Because of the Babylonian influence.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. The Babylonian. So when they went into slavery, you could tell the Babylonians installed, or some people converted, who were Babylonian, converted to their religion and brought their paganism into Israelite culture. So that's I think Faisal, that's that I think so the actual Israelites are lost. The actual ones are not supposed to be known.
Do you think Native Americans were part of the lost tribe because they had
So how do you have the belief that it is almost certain that your ancestors are descended from them?
I think there's enough evidence. And I talked about it a little earlier. I think there's enough evidence when it comes to Igbos and Yorubas.
Yeah, there was a research paper done on the cultural. I forgot. I can pull it up, but they were saying that there was a good number of Nigerians who they do speculate came from that region.
Yes. Even Lion brought the paper. I know exactly what you're talking about. Lion brought the paper. Go ahead.
But no, I mean, again, because I don't like to dive into it because I'm not an advocate of Black Hebrew Israelites. I think they're tomfoolery.
I mean, maybe some of the doctrine, but it doesn't change the fact that there's enough evidence out there that shows that some Nigerian tribes are definitely part of the lost tribes of Israel.
So
that's what it is. Look at the limbo. Look at the
what the claim is some of the speculations of where the lost tribes were West Africa.
Yes, West Africa.
What part? I think a part in Asia near Nepal.
Yep, that too.
Even the Slavics, they were considered.
Parts of them too, even some whites. Yes.
Some of the Native American groups.
Yep, Native Americans also, and even Mexicans.
And
some Mexicans too.
I think there was one group in like near Yemen, but I don't know. That one was up in the air. I don't know.
Yes, Yemen too. Yep. So it's not like it's a mixed multitude. We don't believe in all the Israelites were black. No, they don't even believe that. They believe that it's a mixed multitude also. So not all the Israelites are one color. There were 12 tribes, all types of mixing going on. So everyone didn't look the same, right? But you can tell by the scriptures, because the scripture says there will be curses that the true Israelites will face. It is not all rainbows and chosen colors, and no, there's a lot of suffering that that the Israelites will go through. And who do you see during the suffering? It ain't white Jews. I'm sorry, it's not. They're the ones putting a lot of the suffering on the world. If I'm being honest with you, if I'm just being honest, they owned a lot of the slave ships. They facilitated a lot of that stuff. So
Okay, yeah. That's why my question was shaped that way. When I said concentrations, I meant where when there was evidence alluding to which sort of ethnicities or tribes were discovered to be descendants of the Israeli tribes. That must have been found out in multiple places in the world.
yeah. And it's funny because when they went to Africa, it's already well known now. Thank God for the Lemba tribe. What if they didn't have the Lembas? You know how people were going around saying, "Oh, all the Jews were white," and then the Lemba tribe shows up, and they
Is that the tribe that literally has the attire of Jewish priests?
Yeah, they have everything preserved. They literally had everything preserved, and they had a higher concentration of the Cohen gene that all the white Jews were yelling about. They have a higher concentration in the male population. The Lemba tribe, this African tribe that partly looks Bantu, like us, West African.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, yo, these because the documentary was talking about. They had old paintings like that maintained that their attire matches the description of the old Israelites, where they had the frills they wore, blue and white. Everything about their culture was pretty much Jewish, but they weren't Jewish.
Yeah, they weren't white. They look like us. Thank God for the lepers. What if we didn't have that?
In the front, their page on Wikipedia, the Lemba people, on the third line, it says that they are of mixed Bantu and Yemeni ancestry.
Yeah. That's why I said they look like.
Oh yeah, so they are considering Yemen as part of the lost tribe.
Yeah, they would. They do that, but they look like us. They look like that. It's a mixture. Some of them look more like us. Some of them look a little like the Yemeni folks. But the point is, there are already Israelites who look like us. So is this so far fetched that hey, if you have 10 tribes that are lost, that Yorubas and Igbos who literally have practices that look just like the Israelites, my father being able to talk directly to God like in the scripture. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm about to show you a photo of my mother. I want to know. There's a thing that happens in Nigeria. Why there's so much diversity? I want to know what your opinion is. Give me a second.
Yeah, absolutely. Bring it out. So yeah, Faisal, that's that's partly, and there's so much more. It's just.
And do you think any of the lost tribes had been lost to the New World?
Had what?
Like any of them dispersed onto the New World?
Yeah. That's why we said Mexicans, Native Americans. Who else would be included? Haitians and like some of the other folks. Yes, they're also.
I'm not talking recently. Before the pilgrims and all of that. In the native cultures, are any of them of Israeli origin? Do you think?
No, not Israeli. Israeli is with the white Jews. That word Israeli is with the white Jews.
I speculated
Or
that
or,
some
or, or
Palestinians might
of
be of the original
of the
tribe,
lost
though.
tribes?
Of the lost tribes.
Yeah.
Wait,
You don't
are
think?
you
Do you
asking?
think some of the Palestinians are?
I would say surely.
So the
If
Palestinians
you
is a little more complicated.
because
I think some are mixed.
because in our version of our history is that our ancestors were Christian, and before they were Christian, they were Jewish. So that's what we say about ourselves. So it's no surprise that there
Yeah,
would
it's a
be.
little more complicated with the Arabs. It's a little more complicated with Arabs. I'm not saying that it's a little. It's just a little more complicated with them. Um, yeah, it's a little. It's a little more complicated with the Arabs because they're more tied to Abraham's other, So it's a separation between. Not saying that there aren't converts like the Sephardic Jews, you know, stuff like that. Again, I do believe in
Refresh
conversion.
PTR.
You said what?
No, I'm saying refresh PTR. The person in the yellow and green is my mother. Next to her is her sister.
Oh, you got a beautiful family, bro.
But they're
Oh, you
Nigerian.
got a
But
beautiful family. They're both Igbo, right?
yeah, they're Igbo.
Yeah, man, you got a beautiful family, bro. You said your mother is the one in the green, and
Yeah, my aunt is the one who just got her PhD in that photo.
Like I wouldn't say I'm surprised. Like I've never been to Nigeria, but what I assume is like they would have the mix of the range of spectrum of skin color, just as we have it in the Arab world. There would
yeah,
be
yeah,
the
yeah,
pale
it's light
ones,
to
and
blue.
there would be
Yeah, it's light, bro. My dad's light skinned. Well, he's not like super light, but yeah. Let me show you. Have you seen my dad, right, buddy?
yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So he's not like the dark. My dad's light. My mom is the dark one. So that's why I said, I'll never forget. My dad said some weird shit to me that I actually want to forget that he said to me. Even repeating it is, I don't even want to repeat it. But he said, I was like, I don't remember exactly what it was. That's how bad I wanted to forget it. But he said something like, yeah, and our ancestor included like uh, some. He didn't say Arab, but he said something. He said something along like we have ancestry from from maybe that part of the world, some shit like that, bro.
Wait till you and Faisal are cousins. That's crazy.
Oh, I don't know exactly. See, I don't know. That's
No,
how
I'm
bad I
kidding.
wanted
I'm
to
kidding.
forget that
This
you
is
said it.
why he's always complimenting Saudi. It's like he's like, oh, they're all cool.
Oh no,
Yeah,
I love
it's
Saudis, man.
cool.
Every Saudi I've ever met has been a cool ass
That's
nigga.
alluding to say that, oh, look, our distant cousins. Yeah, that's why we're all cool.
Every Saudi I've ever met has been cool as fuck. You know me, I'm an honest person. I ain't finna lie about it. I talk shit about Islam, but every Saudi I've ever met has been cool as hell. So
Okay,
that's just
so
the
you
truth.
saw my mom, but here's what doesn't make sense. My grandma. This one be like, yo, what's up with
Yo,
your
don't
jeans?
hurt your grandma like that.
Let me see.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to go to BBC.
Yeah, forget it. I gotta ask him again the statement he made because I just forgot. I was like, no, I'm not believing none of that. No, whatever. So I gotta ask him again what he said. But he said something about like how there's an ancestor we have that's like, uh, you know, not from Nigeria. I'll just say not from Nigeria or something
It's
like
okay.
that.
Like
That he
mine.
mixed that they mixed in that they mixed into that they either mixed into the tribe, like maybe a wife that was mixed in or something like that, or
This
I
is
don't know. I
spam.
gotta ask him. Gotta
Like
ask him to clarify. You
my,
said what,
my
Faisal?
my DNA test tells me I'm 5% sub-Saharan African. Like
You real nigga.
I'm more
You fucked
sub-Saharan
up.
African than
Okay, refresh it.
Egyptian, for example, or other Arab. Yeah, so yeah, it's no surprise.
All our grandmas look like this.
But how'd that happen, bro?
That's cute.
Literally, all
kids
of our
came out
grandmas
different.
look like this. My grandma looks like this.
That's a cute picture of your grandma.
Mine does too, King. It's okay.
Yeah, those are definitely Ebos.
That looks like my
Yeah, that
great
is
aunt.
a good question. How did, because you say your grandma produced her onto your
So,
mother, right?
so that
Is your grandfather light skinned?
no, he's not.
Then
The
how the hell
story,
did they make those two light?
because the story is that what my mom was told was our grandma just baked in the sun. But what some of the cousins, what some of the aunts and uncles say is that was never their real mom.
Oh.
LOL.
Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting.
And what nationality do they usually attribute it to their actual mothers if there was one?
Well, they call my aunt and my mom mommy water, if you know what that means.
I don't know what that means.
No.
So in Igbo, it's referring to either a witch, a mermaid, or just someone who's fair skinned.
Oh, I see. Okay, now I know what it is.
So they were isolated
So
out
your
even
grandma's a
within the
dope
family.
ass mermaid.
No, but I mean, I don't know. My mom, she stamps today. She's like, I knew my mom when she was younger. She was like, she was fair skinned. She's like, she just cooked in the sun, and she's like, the same thing will happen to all of us. But I don't know. I just like you can see someone and you can tell when they have a tan, and then there's something different. And she doesn't look like it's a tan.
Not the something different.
I mean,
that's not a tan. I don't know, but that one never got resolved, and she passed away like earlier this year. So I tried to have a conversation with her, and she was too old to really have a full conversation.
About your aunt and uncles looking different.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, yo, I have way too many answers, and my mom's not giving me them. Like, giving the straight answers. It's all ambiguous. Because my mom kind of left. She left home, and she was just like, yo, have nothing to do with any of these people. They're all scum. So that's why, like, when my grandma was running for presidency, my mom was like, that witch is just out for power.
So even my own, some of my uncles and aunts, some of them look off too pale or so on, and they usually just have inside jokes about it. Oh, he's son of the other Egyptian wife or whatever. Like they just make jokes about it. Son of the Syrian wife, even though like my grand had one wife.
Do you have a photo of your parents or your grandparents?
Oh, yeah. I got plenty. I'm just putting them up and stuff.
Does everyone have a photo of their grandparent? I'm curious.
I don't have a photo of my.
Mine were white as shit.
I don't have a photo of my grandparents
Somewhere in an album
anymore. I did though. Man, my dad looks just like his mom. It's kind of funny.
I'll show you a photo of my wife's grandparents. She's adopted, but we found them.
See if I can find my.
My phone is messed up. It's been charging for this whole time, and it's at 4%.
Oh, that means you're waterlogged.
Yeah, it might be.
You should probably stick your shit in not water, but
Some rice and beans.
get you some rice.
see
These are
what
my
my wife.
grandparents.
Okay, let me refresh.
My grandma came over from Italy, and my grandfather is from Texas. They both
Oh,
dead as
nice.
fuck now, but yeah.
She's given Italy.
And is that a cousin or yourself in the photo?
Wait, what?
And who's the younger person with them? Is that a cousin or yourself?
Yeah, that's one of my cousins.
Okay, so
So those are my parents.
Oh, there they are. I see you.
That's why I look so good. Because those two people.
Ladies, cover your eyes.
Oh no, eyes wide open. No, he has beautiful parents. Mother,
I would say you get your
absolutely
looks from your
stunning.
mom.
Mashallah. And
She's got
yes,
she's
you
got the
would look
model
more like your
cheeks.
mama.
Yeah, she's got the model cheeks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
he
does. My
looked just
mom.
like his mom.
Yeah, my mom definitely.
I mean, maybe it's because I'm a guy, but your dad doesn't look too spicy.
You're a dude, of course not.
I fucking can't with you.
He said your dad doesn't look too spicy. That's funny.
This is a clearer picture than the ones I've seen before. Like I think the other ones would have been taken in darker environment or so.
Which one's
Like the one, what do you call it? The other garment that your dad was wearing.
Oh, the other garment? Oh, the one, the blue one that everybody loves. That one's pretty light. He's pretty light in that one, actually.
So if you refresh PTR, that's my wife's grandmother, biological. And now I'm about to show you my wife. You're gonna be like, bruh. There's a jump.
Who is this?
That's my wife's grandmother.
Oh,
She's
straight.
what? She's Italian. She's Italian.
No, that ain't a.
That's
Okay.
You
say so.
King. King. We love Italians, right?
Oh, I do. I love Italians. That is fact.
That's right. That's what
I
I
grew up
thought.
with Italians. I grew up with Italians there in Chicago.
He's like, that's not Italian for nothing. She's claiming Italian, so that's Italian. My wife.
Lens, do you know Francesca Albanese?
I know what?
Francesca Albanese.
Is that a person on Clubhouse?
No, she used to work for the UN. Fair enough, but yeah, after seeing that woman, I've become much more interested into Italian.
Listen, Italians are the best. We cook good. We season our food. And we got enough personalities for 3 women. You're welcome. It's a bundle package.
She's very outspoken. I think that what got her fired from being representative at.
Oh yeah, you can't say shit. My grandfather knew. Well, I'm not gonna say shit. Doesn't matter if something's shitty or not. You just can say thank you, honey. Because the way my grandma would whip a wooden spoon out her ass so fast and crack you right across your head, she don't give a fuck. She was a badass lady, bro. I loved my grandma.
Okay, if you refresh PTR, that's my wife.
She's beautiful.
But you see how her grandma skipped? It's like it's something skipped. Oh, did King step away?
I'm here. My bad. I was on mute. What's up?
No, I'm saying. So you saw her grandma. That's my wife.
Oh, this one is your wife? Oh,
yeah.
Wait, is her dad black?
Oh, you saw the black in her?
Yeah. Are you serious?
Yeah, her dad is.
Unless you're gonna say she's Sicilian.
No, her dad is black.
Yeah, I knew it. Then yeah.
Yeah, her dad is African American specifically.
Yeah, I can immediately see it.
True.
The The only Italians dark like this are Sicilians. We all know why. I ain't gonna say too much.
And then her mom looks like that one girl from the show Friends.
Hold on. Which one?
I don't know.
The dark haired one, the black.
You'll see it. You'll be like, yeah, it's one of them.
The blonde one. Jennifer Aniston.
Where'd that photo go? Damn, we have this. The hell? You ever try to go to a group chat because it's faster than going through your photos?
Especially on a bitch ass iPhone. Grouping the photos and albums and the iOS success.
Okay, so this is her biological mom. So refresh PTR. It's one of those people from Friends. The look.
I would be able to tell. I think it's Jennifer Aniston, even from. Yeah, it's Jennifer Aniston. That's Jennifer Aniston. That or the one blonde chick. You can say the one blonde chick or like a mixture of the two, but even before I clicked further in, she has the appearance, the facial structure of Jennifer Aniston.
But no, it's interesting how genetics work because it's just like anything pops out.
Yeah, doppelgangers, all types of stuff.
I mean, because the reason why I was showing this because like I was thinking about the conversation we were just having, and it's just like it takes like 1 to 2 generations to look totally different. So that's why, in my opinion, I think it's not too far off to consider that those who are in Israel right now, not all of them, some of them could also be of the lost tribe or the lost and found tribe.
Who you talking about the white Jews?
Yeah, I'm saying. Yeah, okay, I just showed you the images. It takes like how many generations to you have a totally
but
different look.
the white Jews. So the reason why the white Jews cannot be Israelites by blood is because the Israelites by blood are mixture. First, they're Shemites, and they mixed with Hamites for 400 years in Egypt.
Yeah,
so
but
they came out and mixed
if you mix grape juice for 400 years and you finally mix it with a glass of milk, you're gonna get something looking different.
No, I understand that. I'm not, but that's not because when you say the white Jews are part, what people hear is that they were mixed in. That is not correct. They converted. Some of them, yes, were taken as wives, but that was after conversion. They are the white Jews are Japhites, or because Noah had 3 sons.
Right, but the conversion's just as valid as Naomi.
They are Japhethites. They're not Shemites or Hamites.
Right, but the conversion is just as valid as Naomi.
Oh, that's a conversation to be had because when you start to talk about chosen or whose right of land is this and that, and the conversation becomes, you see what I'm trying to say? Like
you're saying that even though these people were integrated into the society, the ownership,
but they weren't though.
The land was still
Talmudic
the blood.
Judaism is not. Talmudic Judaism is actually a heresy.
You
Talmudic
said what?
Judaism is a heresy.
What's it? Wait, what's it? What do you? Hold on. It's like the word keeps getting muted. Can you say it one more time?
Talmudic?
Oh, Talmudic. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, so they practice. They don't practice the. They don't
can't
even practice the form.
But they can't even practice even if they weren't following Talmudic because they don't have a priest who does sacrifices.
Correct, because that priest, as you and I both know, Christ was the final for all sacrifice, and so they're literally just they're playing around. They're playing around doing all this dumb shit, when they should be actually become chosen and become Christ followers. Then you will actually be chosen. Then it doesn't even matter anymore, right? So that's the funny part is when you're outside of Christ, that's when all of this complicated dumb shit we have to talk about. Whereas if you were in Christ, your society will reflect that. Now tell me when you go to Israel, that houses the one of the biggest countries for pedophiles, that houses the biggest pride parade, are any of those things of the Israelites?
Because that matches what happened in Old Testament. How many times, like, do you know how many kings, like, when you look at the ratio, like, look through 16 lines of kings, you only had 6 good ones. Okay. The majority of Israel's history in the Bible is they were their own villains.
Yeah, they went chasing after other people's culture.
Yeah,
I agree with that. But that's different from your culture, right? Adopting or approving these things. The white Jews were already practicing all of this stuff in Babylon. They were practicing homosexuality. They were practicing transgender or writing all that shit that you see in the Talmud for the definition of transgender. All of this weirdo just demonic shit that comes from Babylon. That is not Israel culture. That's not Israelite culture. That was never Israelite culture. So it's like, where did you get this shit from? You got it from being Babylonians. You got it from being pagans. And then you mixed in that shit with Israelite culture. Respectfully, of course, respectfully. But that's the reality.
Here's what I'm trying to convey, though. If they're willing to mix culture, that means their households were mixed as well. So at some point you can't distinguish them.
That's why I acknowledge that it became a shit show when the Israelites went into captivity, right? I acknowledge that's when things became a shit show. I acknowledge that. Because first the 10 tribes of the north went into captivity, and then the last 2 also, later on though, also went into captivity. And then everything got mixed up and confused, and people started jockeying and creating all. It just became a shit show. Became a shit show, and it's because God said that would happen. God
what do you think?
Said that would happen.
Which line do you think Asians came from? Do you think they came from Japheth, Ham, or Shem?
Asians are a mixture of. So you see how Israelites became a mixture of Shemites and Hamites. Asians are a mixture of Japhites and Hamites.
I can see that.
That's why they look like monkeys, but they're also, crazy. It's true. A lot of Asians look like monkeys. Just look at them. They do. A lot of Asians look like monkeys.
You know what my brother said? He was so messed up for it. There was one time I almost dated an Asian girl, and he got really offended because my little brother's a Black Hebrew Israelite.
Oh, he is.
He and I, it's created a huge divide in our family.
Oh wow! Damn, is that bad?
It's bad. I don't talk to half of them anymore.
Are they also?
He's my half sibling, so he's not Nigerian.
Okay, cool.
But he said, he's like, why would you want to date that race of Down syndromes?
that's brutal. I ain't gonna lie. That's brutal. It's not true. Not for all of them. Not for all of them. But I know what he's getting at. I know what he's getting at. But it's not for all of them. It's not. But they do have phenotypes that lean towards looking like Down syndrome people. Sometimes, not all of them, but yes, it is common amongst certain Asian Asian tribes to have that sort of look, that Down syndrome look. But they are a mixture of Japhites and Hamites.
So what about the complex issue with the Arabs that you said if they weren't descendants of Ishmael and Isaac, well, which son would they be descendants?
No, they are descendants. So it's complicated because Arabs,
They're not a pure blood either.
the original Arabs were blacker, were much darker. The lighter Arabs, and you can see
They still exist today.
I know that's what I was about to point. Yeah.
If you go to Jazan here in Saudi Arabia, like
What do they look like? Dark Indians?
They somewhat do, yeah. And sometimes you can't really tell if they're black, if they're Arab,
Right.
if they're of African descent, if they are purely from the peninsula. You can't tell.
Yes, that is correct. Yep. So he knows.
And,
So you know already.
I've known so many people.
Yes. So you already know, Faisal, where I'm going to go with this.
So what do you think the group who have blonde hair, blue eyes, but dark skin from Australia, which would they mix with?
I mean,
opinion.
those are like outlier. Like,
the outlier is the one that Cain had to deal with.
something like that. the thing about the Arabs though is that the mixing happened, right? And it might have been
the descendants of which son?
That's the complicated part because
you could say both.
Right, you can say both Japhites and other.
No, he's saying Isaac or Ishmael. I'm still saying you can say both.
No,
there too.
no. Ishmael is the son of what's her name? I forget it. Hagar. I forget her name.
Hagar.
You know what Hagar is, so we don't need to get into it. But the point is.
But no. He's the son of. Okay, yeah. Not Sarah.
Right. So exactly, not Sarah. So Sarah's who we come. from. But they're both. Their father is still Abraham. Their father is still Abraham, right? So that's why I say it's a little complicated because it's complicated.
Honestly,
so what is the complication as far as
because Arabs are still Shemites, but they're not Israelites. They're not Israelites. You guys are separate.
In my opinion, sometimes I think about the whole I'm not well versed in the political scene right now for that thing happening in the Middle East with the Palestinians and Israelis, but I do think the two-state represents more clearly what I think ought to happen, because they're both derivative of Abraham.
Okay, so I'm gonna say something controversial. It is what it is. Y'all know me, so don't get mad. It's just y'all know me by now. Don't get
already
mad. It's just how I feel.
I'm already mad.
Don't get mad.
I'm so angry right now. Stay pissed.
So okay. So I don't.
You don't. Hold on. You don't. Well, before you say anything, you don't think Ishmael? Where do you think God had intended Ishmael to reside?
Not necessarily in the promised land. So not necessarily in the promised land.
But the land was promised to Abraham's descendants.
No, so that also I don't believe the scriptures really lean to white Jews being promised that land. And that's what I was gonna
Oh,
say.
you're going back to saying these are false. These are imposters in the land.
Well, it's complicated. I'm
You're saying yes and no. You're saying the narrative just needs to be corrected.
Oh, Jesus, for the love of God.
Oh yeah, let him finish. Sorry.
Yeah. So this is what I believe.
Haven't finished his damn point. He's so reluctant to
share. This is what I believe, Faisal. I don't necessarily believe in the two-state solution. I believe in either three-state solution. Three states. Yes.
You want outsiders to come in and settle in.
No. I want Christians to have part of it, because I don't think the Jews can sustain that area without our help. So why are we paying for you all when you can't do shit over there, and you've turned it into this fucking pagan Sodom and Gomorrah hellhole.
So why would we go? That's just becoming lot.
Well, that's my point. So my thing is, why are Christians paying? Why are we paying for them to be there when they can't sustain themselves? So the way I see it is that, and look, this is controversial, but I mean, it is what it is.
It's like disclaimer on disclaimer.
It's freaking Clubhouse.
Because it's like, that conversation is very touchy for a lot of people. My thing is that the Palestinians, if they were Christians, they would have been able to take over that entire area. People would have been on their side a lot more. The problem
you're saying rallied and then they would have.
Oh yeah, 1,000%. It would have already happened. My thing though is they chose because, as Faisal told you, I mean, they were Jews at one. A lot of them were Jews at one point in time in the distant past, right? They converted to Islam. There were a lot of conversions in that area. My thing is, though, the war was lost. So I've always been hey, if you can take, because everybody's land is this way. If you can, all of North Africa is Arab because they won that land. So if we're all consistent, and I am a consistent person, whoever wins gets to determine what the rules are, whether you like it or not. And so the Jews did win, and they have that area or that land. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. It is what it is, though, for now. Now, if you could get a two-state solution, I don't see it happening. I really don't. I don't see the current Israel regime, who I don't like. I don't even like Benjamin Netanyahu. I think he's the devil, right? But I don't see them. I think that they would rather massacre all Palestinians than have a two-state solution. I really believe that that's what they would rather have. But the way I see it, Benjamin and them shouldn't even be in power because they can't sustain that area of the world without our money. To me, it's like, if you can't...
Oh, you mean it's a proxy war?
Yeah, because for me, it's like, well, then Christians we might as well have the area. If you can't, if my money's going to, then why, it's like an investment. Why am I paying for you nappy-headed little hats to have some land that you can't even sustain yourselves with? So, I don't know. That's
weird to me is why do both Democrats and Republicans both agree on the decision?
Yeah, because they're all bought and paid. Like, Israel bought all of them off. Israel has bought our entire political system off. And the Saudis are doing the same thing, too. The Saudis and the Qataris and all of the Muslims are finally learning the playbook. Just buy American politicians off. And that's why that's why a civil war is coming to America eventually. Because all these these boomer politicians, they're all going to be dead in like 5 to 10 years, and then the real shit is going to start.
You think Ground Zero is the new mayor in New York? You think he's a start of something new?
No, I think he's the wake up
downfall.
I think he's the wake up call. I think he's part of the wake up call that America's changing way too fast. Things are changing way too fast. And so I do think that there's going to be a huge backlash. And I talked to Faisal about this. There's going to be a huge backlash the next 10 to 15 years. It's going to get bad. White people are already up in arms about losing population control. Nobody, all the jobs are going overseas. It feels like People are moving in from places. Nobody like all types of shit is going on, and it's too fast. Way too
You know, I
fast.
mean, they've always been the minority, though. Like they did a
Whites?
count. Yeah, they did a count. What percent of the population in the world are actually Caucasian? Only 6% of the world's population is Caucasian.
No. But look, World War I and World War II, and you can even see. You know what I'm seeing a lot of now? Oh my God, they got this Ukraine war with Russia. White men just going and dying for nothing. White people are starting to have this like resurgence in like this soft white identity is coming back.
Oh right. Like we need to rally together and bring our identity stronger.
Not like the Klan or like white supremacy. No, more of like a soft
Consolidate.
White identity. That's not like that's less racial in terms of supremacy, but definitely
preservation, like the Japanese.
Yeah, preservation. Right. And you can even look at Elon Musk. He's talking about it more and more. Like you're gonna see the next 10 to 15 years a resurgence of this, and that does spell, I think, real trouble for any foreigner who's especially newish to America and the West. And so I wonder, because Israel has played a large role in importation. Israel and the Jews in general have played a big role, outsized role, in importing people of different cultures to the West and to America. So to me, it's like I want like that country. I'm sorry, it's been nothing but a fucking nuisance. Why are you guys there? Like we might as well take over that. Like we might as fucking well. You guys have been nothing but a fucking nuisance. That's how I see it. Like this, it is what it is, man. But if the Palestinians, oh, here's another controversial take. It is what it is. Don't be mad, but I wouldn't care if Iran got a nuke. Like at this point, I want to see what they do with it.
If Iran got a nuke, bro, that means that they're gonna provide a nuke back.
I want to see what they do. Well, we'll see. I want to see what they do.
Nuke for nuke.
Let Iran have a nuke. Let them have. And it's funny because 15 years ago, I was vehemently against Iran having a nuke. But Israel, I dislike Benjamin Netanyahu that much. I think there's such nefarious shit going on with Mossad and all of these agencies, these fucking three-letter agencies, that I want to see somebody shake shit up. Let Iran have a fucking nuke, and let them try to nuke Israel. Let's see if they do it.
Did you hear the theory that Netanyahu played a role in Charlie Kirk's assassination because towards the end of his life he started questioning Israel?
Yes, I think that there's a there that still needs to be investigated, and it pains me that Charlie went out that way and that he didn't really have friends. He didn't have real friends.
What do you think about
just sort of
forgot about it?
You said what?
I just said or real wife.
Or real wife?
Yeah.
What do you think about his wife?
Look,
fucking lesbian.
She's a grieving widow, so I don't touch that. But
do you feel like without going into detail, do you feel like something seems off?
Something seems off about that. Look, I can't lie. Look, I'm gonna be honest, man. Something seems extremely off about the whole thing around Charlie. Everything, wife, all of it. Something doesn't sit right with how all of that went down. And you know me, I'll be the first one to try to blame some shit on the alphabet because I think they're all nefarious. But I don't think it was the alphabet and the left. I don't, which is shocking because most people would think, oh, someone would probably want, but I don't think that Tyler Robertson I don't think he did it.
I think it was a bastard creator community.
Hell fucking no, it wasn't that dude.
Like I don't think he did it. I'm sorry. And I'll be the first one to try to blame some rainbow niggas.
Yeah, it was the bastard children community that killed him, shot him in the neck.
No, I think it was some professionals. I'm sorry. I think it was some professionals, and we're not being told the truth. Why don't
the angle was not that sniper guy.
Hold on. There's 1,000 cameras. We were having a conversation about this a couple weeks ago. There are like 1,000 cameras on that campus. Why don't we have the 24-hour footage of the campus?
Wait, Make it a.
Why has that not been released? There's a lot of weird shit going on, bro. And I'm sorry, yes, if you ask me to point to who's involved with this shit, the first place I'm pointing is Israel. That's the first place I'm pointing. Especially with the shit that Charlie said. Then on top of that, when the shit that was going on with what's her name, the congresswoman from Georgia, the little pretty one. Well, she's not pretty, but well, she's okay. What's her name? She's older, kind of.
MTG.
What's her? Yeah, MTG. Yeah. So you know her. It was very
Lord
weird.
of
She did you said what?
God, or why do I know that many details about American politics? I shouldn't.
I don't know, you're good. But MTG was doing an interview with someone that I watched like a couple days ago that really disturbed me because she said that when she was talking to Trump about the Epstein files, Trump said, Trump really disappointed me, man. Trump goes, MTG, why are you against me? Something like that. And she says, this is something that the American people voted for. This is what they want. You know what Trump said back to her?
What?
If these files are released, a lot of people will be harmed. People on that list. So he's basically and half that list is fucking Jews. Everybody knows now. Half the fucking list are a bunch of fucking little hats connected to Israel. Everybody knows that. So Trump's essentially choosing that fucking country over America. That's a problem. That's
You know
a
what's
big
interesting
fucking
too?
problem.
That guy who went in to become the FBI director.
Yes,
He went in.
He's another fucking.
He went in looking normal, and then came out sus.
Yes, absolutely.
And it wasn't even that long.
He's
another
him and Pam Bondi. Just absolute.
Can you imagine? It's like someone you know closely. Like say like you were spectating your life. It's like you, King. You became director of the FBI. It is given to you, and you come out and do the same thing.
Literally.
You just be left wondering what the hell are they being informed about?
It's just embarrassing, man. And look, man, the Republicans deserve to lose in 2026. Now we'll see what actually happens, but they did not come in and do what the American people voted them in to do. They did it. They didn't do anything. Trump just came in and started kissing ass for Israel. And I'm fucking sick and tired of it, man. I'm sick and tired of it, man.
Bro. It's like I don't know. It's like a TV show where you're trying to peer into the future. There's no candidate that I can imagine. I can't imagine.
JD is possible. It's possible with JD, but I'm not holding my breath.
He's playing Kamala right now. Where is he?
You said what? What did you say?
Yeah, where's JD Vance? He's acting like Kamala on her.
No. He's definitely no. JD's active. JD's actually.
What is he doing?
He's very active. He's actually.
The last I heard that he really did something. He went to India, and after he left, they got into
No, bro. He's been active, man. He's been active, putting his viewpoints out there, and it's funny because I'm telling you, Odysseus, JD and Ron DeSantis, they actually have their finger on the pulse of what's going on. The rhetoric that they're putting out is, I'm telling you, the rhetoric is very clearly America first.
That's fine, but it's not a winning presence. You see what I'm saying? Like,
no. What do you mean?
The two of them, like, if JD Vance went up as president and Ron DeSantis vice president, they're not going to win.
No. I'm not saying that they. No. They're both vying for the presidency. Because let's be honest.
Ron DeSantis lost his momentum.
Vivek represents the Vivek actually represents what people want to get rid of. So he's
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yes, he represents what people
want
to
gone. Bro. Slytherin.
Yeah. He's a fucking slimy. He's a slimy, nepotistic, Brahmin ass nigga. He got no. America wants nothing to do with that anymore. So JD and Ron, because you could see Ron started talking more about getting rid of H-1B, all of this stuff that essentially says America first, stop the foreign invasion, right? That's simple. America first, stop the foreign invasion. The problem with JD is that JD, as they said, don't listen, don't, these are not my words, this is what they said. JD, JD has an Indian wife.
Yo, but
so
you see that she took her wedding ring off?
You said what?
Did you see that she took her wedding ring off?
Oh no, I didn't see that. Did she?
In recent videos of her, she doesn't have a wedding ring anymore. Ever since JD made that thing where he's like, of course I would desire my wife to be Christian.
Oh, she'll be fine. She's just being a woman. She'll be fine. She's just being a woman. I wouldn't read into that. Trust me, I would not read into that. So what?
You're trying to fight this morning. I'm trying to fight this morning.
People,
so find out what a woman can do. I'm gonna tell you that.
Okay, so Liz,
so this is stepping into conspiracy territory.
Means anything? Do you think that?
I think it's stepping
into petty shit. It is
conspiracy territory. I think that there is a chance in another timeline. I'm not saying it's gonna come to fruition, but in another timeline, JD Vance separates from his wife, and then he ends up taking on.
No, it's not happening.
Yeah, I said another timeline.
I've heard this. I've heard this so much over the last couple of months. I knew immediately where you were going. I knew fucking immediately where you were going. I do not see that happening, but it makes for great television. It makes for great. It's a great plot for Scandalous or Scandal, whatever that TV show that all the women were watching a couple of years ago.
Scandaloso.
What was it called?
No, I just said Scandaloso.
Yeah, Scandalous or Scandaloso. Yeah, whatever that is.
Yeah, I don't know. In my mind, I used to wish that our society would collapse so we could start anew, but it's too complex.
That's what I wish for now too. I mean, at
but
this
it's
point,
too complex. If the other nations don't fall too, we're screwed.
No, look.
If America falls, they're gonna come in and be like, all right, this is our territory now.
No, America won't fall. What will likely happen is the decoupling of the monetary policy system from.
You mean the one established by Hamilton? For across the states
not
and
Hamilton.
international?
The one established by Woodrow Wilson on behalf of the Jews.
Oh.
Yes, 1913. The Federal Reserve Act of 1913, which was written by the two Jewish brothers. Bro, look. What's so crazy is when you actually look into history that they don't teach you. It is really, and I get why the Jews are so slick. I get why they, and look, if you were on top, or anybody would do the same thing. So it's not like it's unique to them, but they are fucking slick, slimy ass niggas.
You know, these are the same things that Hitler said, and that's why he was just like, "Yo, if we don't do something,
don't mean shit no more. People don't give a fuck. I don't care if it sounds like him. Nigga,
I'm not raising hate speech claims. I'm just saying, the
only thing I care about is it true? That's it. I don't care if it sounds like him. All I care about is
he was saying these individuals are rising in power and replacing us, and all this other stuff.
Yeah, no, it's not that they're rising. It's that they've seized control of certain industries, and they are blocking the type of progress that is actually American, right? That is absolutely true. That's 1000% true. This Federal Reserve System is not working for Americans. It works for the oligarchs. Who has an outstanding position as oligarchs? Jewish people. Who seems to be, who just bought TikTok? Can you tell me who bought TikTok?
Uh, I don't really know. I didn't know. We don't have full control over TikTok. We share it with China.
We do know we have full control now.
What?
China just owns a smaller equity stake, but full control is now, according to the American law that was written immediately, that both Democrats and Republicans came together to sign. They couldn't agree with anything except for this, right? On the behalf of who?
Netanyahu?
Yeah,
No.
Jonathan Greenblatt. Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL.
I don't know who that is.
Jonathan Greenblatt? Greenblatt?
Hold on. Let me look it up. Let me look it up. My record.
And then look up who owns a majority stake now. Who the government allowed to buy TikTok. It's so blatant. It's so blatant.
Oh, he's Jewish.
Yes. It's so blatant now that people are sick and fucking tired of DCS. People are tired. There's something very, very, very wrong about our system. And yes, the funny thing is, when you actually go do your own research, which I did, which it was kind of disturbing what I did. Um, America currently looks like it's very similar to.
He's the CEO of the Anti-Defamation League.
Correct.
That's interesting.
And then you see who bought TikTok, who was allowed to buy TikTok.
Hold on.
You said what?
No, I said hold on.
Okay. Yeah, just go see who bought TikTok.
I hate this AI option. Get out of here. It says to a American international investor. Oh, it's a multitude of investors. It says Oracle, Silver Lake, Larry Ellison.
Larry Ellison. That is the main stakeholder of TikTok. He owns an overwhelming majority of the stake. Overwhelming. He's a Jewish man connected to Israel in the IDF. It's done blatantly now in our faces.
Sometimes I wonder what led people to certain decisions to buy certain people tried to diagnose why Elon Musk went so far to buy Twitter, and they kind of concluded that he was obsessed with trying to control the narrative about himself because he said he
they
wouldn't.
try to control the narrative about Israel. Which, why is the American government assisting? Why is Donald Trump assisting in that? That's a problem. That's a big problem. Why is it that the biggest social networks are all controlled by the same group of people? Out of a country of 350 million people, it always seems to be the same group of people had just so happen to have the right amount of money to buy everything up. That's a problem. Imagine if you went to Israel and all of the banks and all of the media was owned by a small group of Nigerians. How do you think things would look in that country?
It would be starving because they'd be keeping most of the money for themselves.
That's
and their
a
family.
fact. Glad you said that. That's a fact. Because that's what's happening here.
So, okay, side question. In your opinion, do you think Kanye's crazy or no?
No, he's not crazy.
He's
not
one of the
at all.
most woke people I've ever heard. Actually, everyone thinks he's not, but he's actually speaking the truth. It's just everybody drinks the United States Kool-Aid and thinks he's crazy, but he's not.
Correct. Everything Liz just said is 1,000% correct. And it sucks because he went out on a limb on his own. Nobody there to, he was. The thing about Kanye that kind of sucks is he was 3 years too early. It was 3 years too early. If he started all that stuff now, he'd be good. But he put his neck out on the line, and they took everything from him.
But you're saying if he started now, but wasn't he the catalyst for the conversation?
That's what I'm trying to say. He was a sacrifice. They took everything from him. But they can no longer put the genie back in the bottle. It's over. It's over.
So here's another outlandish conspiracy. So don't think it's my own. I usually just hear these things and I'm like, that's interesting to conceive because of like the amount of movies that I watch that are sci-fi. But some people made the comment that that movie on Netflix, Cloning Tyrone, was pointing to something about Kanye, about how he's acting different. It's weird.
What is it called?
Cloning Tyrone.
Oh, I don't know. I need to look into it.
Do you? Well, aside from that movie, do you think they said something to Kanye or did something to him?
You'll never see your kids again. Clear as day that they're using. That's the other thing and that's why I say when I say the Jews, I don't mean your average everyday, I'm not talking about your average everyday Jew that has nothing to do with them. I'm not talking about that.
You're talking about the 1% Jews.
Yes, I'm talking about exactly the connected cabal that's essentially the Jewish mafia. They're essentially the Jewish mafia, right? That's connected to Israel and Mossad. They have tactics that they do across the board, the blackmail, all this stuff across nations. So they clearly got to Kanye about his kids.
So how do you expect the common person to do anything about it if they hold so much power? Because even at that time, you remember when Bitcoin came out recently and they tried to grab hold of that as well, but that didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, look, what they say, Weimar, what's the meme called? Weimar problems call for Weimar solutions. I say that in the sense that you're gonna have to tear the system down. You're gonna have to tear that system down, and whoever wants to fight for the side that's keeping the system up, well, you know how history goes. That or our kids are gonna be fighting a civil war.
I think Kamala was making the statement that was true. She said if you tamper with this stuff, you're going to affect the democracy. I think it's because somehow our is tied to all of this mess.
No. The thing is, and this is why I'm disappointed in Trump because Trump is like, it's so weird. He's like their last defense before everything gets exposed. Because like I said, with the Epstein list, half the list are just a bunch of Jews. And everybody knows it. So Trump is protecting his donors because Because look, once you openly connect the Jews to Jeffrey Epstein, who's connected to Mossad in Israel, it's over. It's fucking over. It's already over now with the younger generation and all of that. Once you have open information, like what that Epstein list will portray, it's fucking over, right? So Trump is like blocking. He's like the last, you know, line of defense for that side, and it's retarded because it's like these people didn't even vote for you. It's like, and that's why everyone's like, are they blackmailing him too? This is like, why are you doing all this for? You're literally killing your own presidents, bending over backwards for these people who do nothing for you. What are you gonna say? You know, it's like, all right, you want, that's fine. We'll get rid of, we'll after you're gone, you know, we'll deal with it then. So, and I'm dead serious about it. Shit, I am deadly serious about it.
just realized I fell asleep.
And so, for lack of a better thing to do, I would like to just read basically. I do a morning devotional, and I don't know what title I'm going to have for the day. I don't know what passage I'm going to use. But this morning, I hope I don't take up too much people's time because this is a little bit lengthy, but I did want to read. It says, one day as Jesus was standing by the lake of Gennesaret, and that's like the Galilee, right? The people were crowding around him and listening to the word of God. He saw at the water's edge 2 boats left there by the fishermen who were washing their nets. He got into one of the boats, the one belonging to Simon, and asked him to put out a little from shore. Then he sat down and taught the people from the boat. When he had finished speaking, he said to Simon, put out into deep water and let down the nets for a catch. Simon answered, Master, we worked hard all night and haven't caught anything, but because you say so, I will let down the nets. When they had done so, they caught such a large number of fish that their nets began to break. So they signaled their partners in the other boat to come and help them. And they came and filled both boats so full that they began to sink. When Simon Peter saw this, he fell at Jesus' knees and said, Go away from me, Lord. I am a sinful man. For he and all his companions were astonished at the catch the fish they had taken. And so were James and John, the sons of Zebedee, Simon's partners. Then Jesus said to Simon, Don't be afraid. From now on, you will fish for people. So they pulled their boats up on shore, left everything, and followed him. And so, to me, that passage resonated with me, because I do like to fish, maybe not with nets, like in the passage there. I like artificial lures, a rod and reel type of thing. But it's something interesting, right? That made sense to me. When he saw these things, I think the people recognize that this is a holy man. Like this is like a prophet or something like that. And they said, basically Peter says to, as the title says, go away from me, Lord. I'm a sinful man. And I think a lot of times that happens, when we're living in some sort of like darkness. We don't really like the light, and we want to be within our darkness. But when things go wrong, I think that we seek the light. I think that interesting that they caught no fish, and Jesus told them, I was just reading the end of John, chapter John, by John 21, I believe. And there's a similar situation. After Jesus died, they said, hey, let's go back fishing. So that's the beginning. Jesus says, come follow me. And then at the very end, you see, once again, they're going to fish, and they find nothing, right? And somebody's standing on shore, and they didn't recognize him. He said, cast your net on the right side. And when they did, I believe they caught like 153 fish. That was like but it didn't break the net. And they brought it on shore, and Jesus was saying, basically, like, do you love me, right? Because Peter had followed Jesus throughout his ministry. He denied him. He was basically like one of Jesus' top students, his top disciple. And he just went out and going fishing because Jesus died. But what Jesus was saying is, feed my sheep, feed my lambs, right? And I think what it is like, from beginning to end, the fish that we catch are not of our effort, but because we listen and we follow Jesus' instructions. I was just thinking about that, Like, I think I've gone many years talking to atheists, and with my own effort, I'm here maybe casting a net. Not that I was trying to make converts, to be honest, but I think someone asked me at church, "Oh, you're online and you talk to atheists?" I said, "Yeah." And she goes, "How many people have you converted? Or when was your last conversion?" Or something like that, some kind of question like that. And I said embarrassingly, like, "No one." And I kind of said, wow, I really been going there to troll. And then some people laughed. But that's what it is. Like, I was getting nothing, right? And I thought to myself, what's going on here? I wasn't following Christ. I wasn't following him in terms of where I was living. And it wasn't the case that I was even preaching. I wasn't doing what Christ was commanding. And then I just thought to myself recently, it's very simple. Very simple. Just follow Christ, and he's going to make it happen.
Breaking news. We just
So,
ran a new poll, and
like, it's not by my effort. It's just a matter of just following. It's that simple. Believe, follow. Like when I was reading the Gospels recently, it's just so astoundingly simple. Believe, and then what happens? Miracles happen. People are healed. Right? People from the dead are raised. People from a distance, people just believe and just touch the hem of his garment and he's healed. And I was thinking about that. And, from what I've is that these things happen just with like simple faith. But I don't know. I don't know why, but I felt I wanted to share that. But I'm hoping that somebody might want to talk. I mean, Nico's down there a lot. Times he's been on text. So Sully says he's working, and I'm just reading the text here. What happens when people don't agree on the truth? Well, Troy's not there. Yeah, that's fine, Miko. I appreciate it, though. What happens when people don't agree on the truth? Well, there's an arbiter, right, between two people, and that would be Christ. Right? He's a judge. He's the source of all that is true. And so, if we can agree that Christ is the truth, I think that if there's a sincerity in both parties, I think the truth will be reached. I've seen it all too many times. Now, some people don't want to agree because they don't want to listen and they don't want to seek the truth. And the truth comes from Christ. I think that's a lot of the problems that happen in the world today among Christians. There's so much division. But I don't really worry too much about these differences. But I noticed that some rooms that some guys, like first guy I'm thinking of is Matt Yester, and I was in his room one time in the middle of the morning, and he went on for 4 hours without pausing, and he was the only one on stage. There was a few people in the audience, but he was able to go on and on and on and on. Now me, I'm very uncomfortable with that, to be honest, right? And I might have to start getting used to the uncomfortable, to be able to. Now I get criticized for just talking too much, But I'm usually interacting with somebody. Like this right now, like this almost like monologue, very difficult for me. I feel as though like what, even a few minutes ago, what am I on some like soapbox or pulpit? And I'm just speaking to, you know, what? And maybe that's not a bad thing, you know? It's, I think like, when I was just thinking about the Bible, about like, when Jesus was coming in to Jerusalem, and people were singing Hosanna, Hosanna, and all of these things, and I think Jesus was saying like, you know, even the rocks can be made, the stones can be made to rejoice. And sometimes you read all of these allegories and metaphors that Jesus says has a spiritual meaning, and you know, we see in the scriptures talking about, I think it's in Ezekiel, you know, uh, that God changes a heart of stone to a heart of flesh. And it's basically like a changed life. And it's exciting. It's exciting. And I feel as though, like, I don't know if I'd say I have a new lease on life, but I'm in some, you know, circumstances right now, financial, a little bit, you know. But I don't really worry about that at all, not even a little, because I know that things bring me more happiness. You know, I gotta eat, of course, right? I gotta pay the bills, of course, right? But I think when I start to find contentment in things, like I have peace with myself, and I think the worries of life is really what distracts us from, you know, our relationship with God. I think even just coming near, because God is light, and sometimes we don't even want to come near. And this is what I thought Peter was saying, you know, go away from me, Lord, I'm a sinful man. Like, why would he do that after, you know, catching all that fish? After he went all night working hard, it said, and he caught nothing. But when Jesus said to throw your net, and they caught that many fish, well, that's kind of a strange response. Go away from me, Lord, I'm a sinful man. I think he recognized who he was interacting with. He was interacting with someone holy. And he was interacting with someone who had power. And someone who was righteous and good. I think he was recognizing all of that. And I think I remember when I was like an atheist, you know, doing the drug scene, I didn't have a problem with like Christians. You do your thing, I'm gonna do mine. You stay away from me. I don't mind you going to church. You know, just don't mess with me, and I won't mess with you. But like as soon as like somebody like tells me about like Jesus, like I didn't like it. And I think one of my best friends in high school, I think he recognized that. Because he, in 3 years in high school, he never really talked about Jesus. Which is weird for a Christian, right? But at the graduation day, he bought me a Bible as a graduation present. And I just took that Bible to college and, you know, beyond college. It was just collecting dust in my library. And I don't know what kind of prayers he made to God, that when I do read it, that I would accept Christ or whatever. But he bought me that study Bible, and I read it and became a Christian. And I think it's just important, you know, to understand that that God works in that way. And whatever I was going through, that night, I opened the Bible for some reason, and I remember thinking, like, about that day that I became a Christian. This is about 32 years ago. And I remember I was very successful. I had like 2 stores, about 12 employees, I think it was. I'm only like 25 years old. Friends that have graduated college were making less than I was. You know, I had a nice sports car. It was a 1990 300ZX, I remember. And so the things in life weren't not satisfying to me. In my apartment, beach at the apartment, overlooking the beach, wasn't doing it for me. And so I think there's a lot of people that just want more in life. And I think at that time, even with those things, I wanted more. Like right now, where I am right now, I actually don't want more. I'm so content, you just don't know, man. How you doing today? You know, I was just talking to somebody, and I've been talking to a lot of people. They're just going through a lot of things, man. And you know, what's interesting about it is that they seek God for their situation. You know, yesterday I went to prayer night, right? And the guy was talking about, man, he's going through a divorce, or he already divorced. His children hate him. He's like, his oldest kid is like 21, and I guess maybe he relies on his kids to help pay for his living situation. And you know, he was just his kid. You know, he might have to kick his kid out, which is going to cause him to pay more rent, all of that stuff. And so he came to church, never comes to prayer night. He goes to the church, by the way, but he never goes to prayer night on Tuesdays, and yesterday he did. And I just thought about people coming to God at a time of need. I think God is that type of God that you know, that provides that sort of solution. And so I believe yesterday that things will go well for him. And then there's another person that I'm really not going to mention, but told me that that they're praying to God for whatever situation they're going to, and it just kind of moved me. You know, I'm actually getting a little emotional now, but I wish well for them. That's what, you know, Tom, you told me about your friend who is had a brain tumor and is going to surgery. What's a person like that supposed to do? When a person recognizes that they're not in control of the world around them, regardless over certain situations. I was just saying that before you got here, that they seek a higher power. And there's nothing wrong with that. What do you think there's something wrong with that, Tom? Well, how about this? Did you say it was irrational? Okay. But what is a person supposed to do? Just kind of, I was reading.
Tom, you're almost inaudible.
Whoa.
You're almost
Yeah.
inaudible.
Thank you, Jane. Actually, you are. You're very out of it.
I don't know why John didn't. Just fucking
say
idiot.
anything, John.
Sorry. Yeah, I did notice that you were. Yeah, that's my bad. Thank you, Jane. But yeah, I mean, I used to talk to atheists like in certain circumstances, and they just kind of rationalize. You know what? I just got.
It's kind of like
I
weird. It's
beheld
it's
a
almost like
great
you're trying to
wonder
make a
in heaven.
tangential play to see.
A woman clothed
Hello,
with the
atheist.
sun,
Are you coming to God now?
with the moon at her feet.
It's like, and you're
And
trying
on
to do
her
that,
head
but trying to do it on the
was
DL.
a diadem
I see what
of the 12 stars. Hear me, O Lady Isis.
Hear
Hear and save.
right? We know what you're fucking doing.
O thou Queen of love and
Everybody knows what you're
mercy,
fucking up to.
thou crowned with a